Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Fears of Vernon Dursley. Let's start the story with a man who, despite having never cast a spell in his life, plays a crucial role in the wizarding world's most famous tale. Vernon Dursley of No. 4 Privet Drive was a man who prided himself on being perfectly normal. Director of a firm called Grunnings, which manufactured drills, Vernon had constructed his entire identity around the pillars of normality, respectability, and predictability. But beneath his blustering exterior and behind his bushy mustache lay something deeper, a complex web of fears that would shape not only his life, but the early years of Harry Potter himself. Imagine, if you will, the perfectly manicured lawns of Privet Drive, identical houses standing in neat rows, their gardens trimmed to precision, their curtains all closing at the same respectable hour. Within this haven of mundanity, Vernon Dursley had built his fortress against the unusual, but what was it that Vernon truly feared? At the surface level, Vernon feared social judgment. In the quiet suburbs of Little Winging, reputation was currency. The Dursleys measured their worth by the shine of their car, the precision of their hedge trimming, and the normalcy of their family unit. Vernon would go pale at the mere thought of the neighbors suspecting anything unusual about his household. This fear of judgment manifested in his obsessive monitoring of Harry's behavior, his insistence that his nephew suppress any sign of magical ability, and his elaborate explanations for Harry's presence in their home. But beneath this fear of social judgment lay something deeper, a profound anxiety about the unknown. Magic, by its very nature, defied the rules and structures that Vernon held sacred. It could not be scheduled, budgeted, or controlled. It followed different laws than those of Vernon's orderly world of business meetings and neighborhood watch associations. Magic represented chaos in a life devoted to order. The roots of this fear stretched back further than his marriage to Petunia. Vernon came from a world of concrete facts, of drills that could be manufactured to exact specifications, of sales figures that could be tracked and predicted. His education, his career, his social standing, all were built upon systems he could understand and navigate. Magic threatened the very foundation of his reality. When Vernon first met Lily Potter, Petunia's sister, his reaction was a complex mixture of disbelief, denial, and deep unease. Here was a woman who could bend the rules of reality that Vernon held so dear. The meeting went, as you might imagine, extremely badly. Vernon attempted to impress Lily and her husband James with talk of his new car, unaware that such materialistic displays meant little to a couple who could transport themselves instantly across great distances, or transform objects with a flick of a wand. As you settle more comfortably by our fire, consider how Vernon's fear manifested in his treatment of Harry. The cupboard under the stairs, a physical representation of Vernon's desire to contain and diminish magic. The constant punishment for accidental magical occurrences, an attempt to suppress what Vernon could not control, the refusal to speak of Hogwarts, of wizardry, of Harry's parents, all efforts to deny the existence of a world that terrified him. There was a tragic irony in Vernon's situation. In trying to force Harry to be normal, Vernon himself displayed decidedly abnormal behavior. His purple-faced rages, his elaborate schemes to avoid Harry's Hogwarts letters, his flight to a remote shack on a rock in the sea. These were not the actions of a man committed to suburban propriety. Fear had transformed Vernon into exactly what he despised, someone distinctly unusual. Perhaps most revealing was Vernon's reaction to Hagrid's arrival at the hut on the rock. When confronted with the half-giant, Vernon brandished a rifle, a Muggle tool of power, only to see it tied into a knot with casual ease. This moment perfectly encapsulated Vernon's greatest fear, that his world, with all its rules and structures, was ultimately powerless against magic. As our fire crackles softly, casting warm shadows across the room, let's consider a more nuanced understanding of Vernon Dursley. He was not simply a cruel man. He was a frightened one. His fear of magic was intertwined with his fear for his family. In his mind, association with the wizarding world had led directly to Lily and James Potter's deaths. On some level, Vernon believed he was protecting his wife and son from a similar fate by stamping out Harry's magical nature. There was also the fear of loss, particularly the loss of his wife's affection. Petunia's complicated relationship with her sister and with magic had left deep wounds. Vernon's extreme stance against anything magical was, in part, an attempt to align himself with Petunia's own expressed rejection of that world. To accept Harry's magic would be, in Vernon's mind, to betray his wife's feelings. During Harry's years at Hogwarts, Vernon's fears only intensified. Each summer brought new reminders of Harry's growing power and connections to a world Vernon could neither understand nor control. The arrival of the Weasleys, who destroyed half of the Dursleys' living room when they came to collect Harry for the Quidditch World Cup, the Dementor attack on Dudley, the visits from Dumbledore himself. Each incident confirmed Vernon's worst fears, that magic was chaotic, dangerous, and ultimately would invade his carefully constructed normal life. Yet there were small moments when Vernon's fears briefly subsided. When Albus Dumbledore reminded the Dursleys that they had kept Harry alive by allowing him to call their house home, thus extending the protective charm of Lily's sacrifice. For a brief moment, Vernon seemed to recognize that his role, however reluctantly played, had been important in the greater fight against Voldemort. The most significant shift came through Vernon's son, Dudley. When Dudley was attacked by Dementors and subsequently saved by Harry, something changed in the Dursley household. Dudley's newfound respect for Harry created a crack in Vernon's resolute fear of magic. If his beloved son could acknowledge Harry's world, perhaps it wasn't entirely to be feared. As our tale of Vernon Dursley draws to a close, we see him in the final moments before the Dursleys went into hiding during the Second Wizarding War, standing awkwardly in the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, unable to say goodbye to the nephew he had raised, however unwillingly. In this moment, Vernon seemed torn between his lifelong fear of magic and the recognition that this magic was now working to protect his family. Vernon Dursley never overcame his fears entirely. He remained a man defined by his desire for normalcy and his discomfort with the magical world. But perhaps, in those final moments at Privet Drive, he came to understand that the boundaries between the magical and non-magical worlds were not as impermeable as he had believed, that his life had been, inextricably and permanently, touched by magic. As the embers of our fire begin to dim, and the shadows grow longer around us, consider this: what unknown forces do we fear in our own lives? What chaos do we try to contain within cupboards under stairs? And how might our lives be different if, like Vernon Dursley in his final moments with Harry, we acknowledged the existence of realities beyond our understanding? Chapter 2. The magic behind time turners. Time itself seems to slow as we contemplate one of the wizarding world's most fascinating and dangerous magical devices. Like an hourglass whose sands flow upward against nature's design, the time turner stands as perhaps the most profound example of magic's ability to bend the very fabric of reality. Tonight, as shadows play across these ancient walls, we shall explore the delicate golden instruments that once allowed a young Hermione Granger to attend multiple classes simultaneously, and later helped save the lives of both Sirius Black and the hippogriff Buckbeak. The crafting, function, and profound limitations of these remarkable devices reveal much about the nature of magic itself. The creation of a time turner, begins with the most precious and elusive ingredient of all, time itself. Imagine, if you will, the Department of Mysteries, deep within the Ministry of Magic, in a chamber few have ever entered. Specialized wizards known as chronometers work in absolute silence. Here, in a room where mechanical clocks of every description tick in perfect synchronization with magical timepieces, the ritual begins. The outer casing of a time turner is crafted from goblin-wrought gold, one of the few metals capable of containing temporal magic without degradation. The gold must be melted and formed during a solar eclipse, when the natural flow of time is momentarily disrupted by celestial alignment. As the liquid gold is poured into molds, the chronomancer recites ancient incantations in forgotten languages, binding the metal to the concept of time itself. The hourglass at the center contains no ordinary sand. What appears to be fine golden grains is actually powdered shell of the tempest beetle, a rare magical insect that molts only once every century. These beetles live their entire lives backward, born as elderly creatures that grow progressively younger until they simply vanish from existence. Their shells, when properly processed and enchanted, retain this temporal anomaly. Between the pouring of this precious powder and the sealing of the hourglass, the most dangerous part of the creation occurs. The chronomancer must capture what wizarding physicists call a temporal echo, essentially a fragment of time itself, caught between one moment and the next. This requires precision magic performed at exactly midnight on the winter solstice, when the barriers between moments are at their thinnest. The chain of a time turner is perhaps its most underappreciated component. Each link represents 1 hour that can potentially be revisited, and each must be individually enchanted with a complex variation of the capacious extremis charm, creating a miniature pocket of expanded time within the metal itself. The entire chain must be forged in one continuous process. Any break would render the time turner dangerous or ineffective. The final enchantment binds all these elements together, requiring the combined efforts of 7 chronomancers. Standing in a perfect circle around the completed device, they simultaneously cast the Tempus Ligere spell, binding the temporal magic to the physical form. Legend holds that during this process, the chronomancers themselves experience temporal displacement, glimpsing moments from their own futures and pasts. Many emerge from the ritual with streaks of silver in their hair, regardless of their age. As you settle more comfortably before our fire, consider the extraordinary experience of using such a device. When Hermione turned the small golden hourglass, she and Harry weren't simply traveling backward. They were creating a separate temporal loop that existed alongside the original timeline. This subtle distinction explains why they were able to interact with events without creating the paradoxes that Muggle theories of time travel so often fear. The sensation of time travel via time turner is said to be disorienting in the extreme. Users report feeling as though they remain stationary, while the world around them blurs and reforms. Colors run backward, sounds play in reverse, and for a fraction of a second, the traveler exists in all moments at once before settling into their destination time. Some sensitive wizards report lingering temporal echoes for days afterward, brief moments where they seem to perceive events seconds before they actually occur. What many don't realize about time turners is that they incorporate elements of both transfiguration and charm's work. The device transfigures the user's relationship to time itself, while simultaneously casting a specialized variation of the disillusionment charm to prevent the traveler from being seen by their past self unless they deliberately seek themselves out. This is why Harry and Hermione could observe events without being noticed, despite not being invisible in the traditional sense. The limitations placed upon time turners are not merely ministerial regulations, they are essential safeguards against catastrophic magical consequences. No time turner ever created could travel back more than 5 hours. Attempts to exceed this limit resulted in such temporal instability that several early test subjects vanished completely from reality, their entire existence unraveled from the tapestry of time. The The Department of Mysteries conducted extensive research into the creation of more powerful time-turners throughout the 19th century. Records suggest that one experimental device succeeded in sending a wizard back a full day, but upon his return, he had aged nearly 50 years and could speak only in reversed sentences for the remainder of his life. Another attempt resulted in a witch being split across multiple timelines, existing simultaneously as her infant, adult, and elderly selves, until ministry specialists could recombine her fractured existence. As our fire crackles softly, consider the profound wisdom in the strict regulations surrounding these devices. Time-turners were never made available to the public. Even their provision to Hermione was an extraordinary exception, approved personally by the Minister for Magic due to Professor McGonagall's influence and Hermione's exceptional academic record. All time-turners were kept under strict lock and key within the Department of Mysteries, their use monitored and recorded in detail. The destruction of the Ministry's entire stock of time-turners during the battle in the Department of Mysteries in 1996 was viewed by many magical theorists as potentially providential. The temptation to alter time, to save loved ones from death, to prevent catastrophes, to undo mistakes, is perhaps too great for any witch or wizard to resist indefinitely. The ability to travel even a few hours into the past carries with it moral and metaphysical implications that even the wisest among us might not fully comprehend. Unspeakables who devoted their careers to the study of time magic often emerged from their research fundamentally changed. Many developed a peculiar relationship with the present moment, seeming simultaneously disconnected from and intensely focused on the now. Some reported dreams where they lived entire lifetimes in alternate timelines where different choices were made. A few claimed to occasionally hear echoes of conversations that had not yet occurred. What few outside the Department of Mysteries know is that time-turners were not the first magical method of time manipulation. Ancient Egyptian wizards created scarab amulets that could freeze a single moment for up to a minute, though the caster would continue to age normally during this paused time. Celtic druids developed rituals that could glimpse possible futures, though they could not interact with them. And rumors persist of an ancient Chinese magical text that contains instructions for permanently moving one's consciousness a single day backward, a spell that can be cast only once in a lifetime, and only at the moment of death. The theoretical foundations of time-turner magic draw heavily from the work of Artemisia Lufkin, who served as Minister for Magic in the early 19th century, but was also an accomplished magical theorist. Her groundbreaking text, Temporal Transfiguration, proposed that time itself is merely another dimension that can be folded through proper magical application, much as a skilled witch or wizard might fold space through apparition. This perspective revolutionized the approach to creating time manipulation devices. As shadows lengthen around us, we must acknowledge the deep philosophical questions raised by the very existence of time-turners. If the past can be revisited and potentially altered, what does this tell us about the nature of fate and free will in the wizarding world? The prevailing theory among magical philosophers is that time possesses a certain elasticity. Small changes may be possible, but attempts to dramatically alter established events will meet with powerful resistance from reality itself. This theory was dramatically confirmed during the incident with Buckbeak in Sirius Black. Despite apparently changing these outcomes, Harry and Hermione were in fact fulfilling events that had already occurred in their first experience of that timeline. Harry had always cast the Patronus that saved his past self. They had always freed Buckbeak before his execution. The timeline accommodated these apparent changes because they were not changes at all, but rather the completion of a stable temporal loop. As our exploration of time-turners draws to a close, we are left with the humbling recognition that even in the magical world, some powers remain properly limited. The destruction of the time-turners perhaps serves as a reminder that certain knowledge, certain abilities, may be too consequential for regular use, even by the most well-intentioned witches and wizards. The soft ticking of a clock somewhere in the distance seems to grow more pronounced as we conclude our temporal journey. Time, that most mysterious of forces, continues its forward march, carrying wizard and muggle alike in its unstoppable flow. Perhaps there is wisdom in this natural progression, in experiencing each moment fully before it transforms from present to past. As the hour grows late and the fire burns low, consider this question. If you held a time turner in your hand this very moment, knowing its powers and limitations, what single event in your past would you choose to revisit, not to change, but simply to experience once more with the wisdom you now possess? Chapter 3. The Boat Journey Across the Black Lake. The waters of memory ripple gently tonight as we turn our attention to one of the most cherished traditions in the wizarding world, the enchanted journey that has carried generations of young witches and wizards across the mysterious Black Lake to their first glimpse of Hogwarts Castle. This timeless passage marks not merely a physical transition, but a symbolic crossing from childhood into the beginning of magical education. Imagine yourself standing on the platform at Hogsmeade Station as the Hogwarts Express releases its billowing cloud of steam into the evening air. The journey from London has been long, filled with new friendships, magical sweets, and perhaps your first tentative spells. As the older students drift toward a line of horseless carriages, a booming voice calls through the twilight. First years over here, Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, towers above the crowd with his wild beard and gentle eyes, a lantern swinging from his massive hand. For nearly every student who has attended Hogwarts over the past several decades, this moment marks their first encounter with the half-giant, whose kind heart belies his intimidating appearance. The tradition of Hagrid leading first-year students across the lake dates back to his own appointment to the position of gamekeeper, a responsibility he has fulfilled with unwavering dedication. As you follow Hagrid down a steep, narrow path shrouded by thick trees on either side, the anticipation builds. The path eventually opens onto the shore of a vast lake, its surface as black as the night sky above. There, waiting at the water's edge, a fleet of small wooden boats rock gently with the lapping of tiny waves. These boats deserve closer examination, for they are far more remarkable than they might first appear. Crafted during the founding of Hogwarts over 1,000 years ago, they were originally enchanted by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Unlike the grand vessels of Durmstrang or the flying carriages of Beauxbatons, Ravenclaw chose simplicity over spectacle. Small, unadorned wooden boats that embody the humility she believed should accompany the beginning of magical education. The wood used to construct these boats comes from ancient trees that once grew in the Forbidden Forest. Legend suggests that Ravenclaw selected only trees that had been struck by lightning, believing the natural magic of such wood would enhance her enchantments. Though seemingly weathered by centuries of use, the boats have never required repair or replacement, one of Ravenclaw's lesser-known but most enduring magical achievements. Each boat accommodates precisely 4 students, a number Ravenclaw chose deliberately. Historical accounts suggest she believed 4 to be the optimal number for forming initial bonds of friendship and cooperation, qualities she valued alongside intelligence. This arrangement has led to countless lifelong friendships that began in those first nervous moments on the dark waters. No more than 4 to a boat, Hagrid calls, maintaining Ravenclaw's ancient instruction without perhaps knowing its origin. At his command, forward, the fleet of little boats moves off all at once, gliding across the glass-smooth lake, as though pulled by invisible threads. The enchantment that propels these boats is a complex form of locomotion magic that responds to Hagrid's voice alone. During the Second Wizarding War, when Death Eaters attempted to use the boats to infiltrate Hogwarts, they discovered this magic could not be corrupted or redirected. The boats simply sank beneath any who intended harm to the school or its students. Another layer of Ravenclaw's foresight. As you drift across the water, silence falls over the first years. The lake beneath you harbors many secrets. Its depths are home to a giant squid, colonies of Grindylows, a merpeople village, and countless magical plants and creatures that rarely break the surface. Yet on this journey, these mysterious inhabitants maintain a respectful distance, honoring another ancient magical pact established by Helga Hufflepuff, who arranged a truce with the lake's denizens to ensure the safe passage of new students. The giant squid occasionally makes an appearance, a tentacle lazily breaking the surface in what some interpret as a form of welcome, far from the frightening creature Muggles might imagine. The squid has rescued students who have fallen from boats over the centuries. Some historians believe it was originally placed in the lake by Hufflepuff herself as a guardian, though others maintain it arrived of its own accord, drawn by the concentrated magic of the castle. Midway across the lake, the boats pass through a curtain of enchanted mist. Invisible to Muggle eyes, this mist contains mild memory charms that help ease homesickness and anxiety in the new students. Another compassionate touch added by Hufflepuff. Many students report feeling a subtle shift in their emotions at this point in the journey, a growing excitement replacing their earlier nervousness. And then, as you round a bend in the shoreline, it happens, the moment that has left generations of witches and wizards breathless with wonder. Hogwarts Castle comes into view, its windows sparkling like stars against the night sky, towers reaching toward the heavens, the entire structure pulsing with ancient magic that seems to call you home, even if you've never set foot there before. Heads down, Hagrid calls as the boats approach a curtain of ivy concealing a wide opening in the cliff face. Ducking beneath trailing vines, the boats carry their passengers through a dark tunnel that seems to lead right underneath the castle until they reach an underground harbor, where the journey by water ends. This hidden entrance to Hogwarts was designed by Salazar Slytherin, who believed approaching the castle from below, through darkness into light, would instill proper reverence in new students. The symbolism of this journey, passing from the world of Muggles across untamed nature, through darkness, and into the illuminated halls of magical learning, was carefully orchestrated by all four founders. As you disembark onto pebbles and rocks, the boats wait patiently for your departure before slipping back across the water of their own accord, ready to return for the next year's students. The magic that guides them back requires no command. The boats possess a form of limited awareness, knowing when their duty for the evening is complete. From the underground harbor, Hagrid leads the first years up a passageway in the rock, emerging finally onto smooth, damp grass in the shadow of the castle. Climbing a flight of stone steps, the group crowds around an enormous oak front door, where Hagrid's knock signals the end of one journey and the beginning of another. This tradition has remained largely unchanged since the school's founding. Even during the darkest periods of wizarding history, the boat journey across the Black Lake has persisted. When Hogwarts was threatened during the First and Second Wizarding Wars, additional protective enchantments were layered over the boats and the lake itself, but the essence of the crossing remained the same. Only twice in the school's history has the boat journey been suspended. Once during the Chamber of Secrets crisis in the 1940s, when attacks on Muggle-born students prompted temporary safety measures, and again during the height of the Second Wizarding War, when Death Eaters controlled the Ministry, and by extension, Hogwarts itself. The resumption of the boat journey, after each of these dark periods, took on profound symbolic significance, a return to tradition, to normalcy, to the promise that magical education would continue for generations to come. For many adult witches and wizards, the memory of this journey remains crystal clear even decades later. The mixture of trepidation and wonder, the first glimpse of the castle that would become a second home, the faces of classmates who would become friends, rivals, and in some cases future spouses, all preserved in the amber of memory. The boats themselves seem to absorb some trace of each year's crossing. Sensitive students occasionally report feeling echoes of past journeys, laughter from decades ago, whispered conversations between students long graduated, the lingering excitement of thousands of children who came before them. Whether this is true magic or merely the power of suggestion in a highly magical location remains a subject of friendly debate among Hogwarts professors. What cannot be debated is the emotional impact of this journey. Educational historians note that the boat crossing serves an important psychological purpose, creating a shared experience that bonds each year's students before they are separated into their respective houses. This common memory becomes a touchstone throughout their Hogwarts years. Remember when we crossed the lake? A reminder of what unites them before house rivalries begin. The journey also serves as a gradual immersion into the fully magical environment of Hogwarts. For Muggle-born students especially, this progressive transition from the Muggle world of King's Cross Station to the magical but familiar setting of the Hogwarts Express, to the increasingly magical Hogsmeade Station, and finally to the purely magical experience of the boat journey, helps ease what might otherwise be a jarring cultural shift. As our exploration of this enchanting tradition draws to a close, the boats in our mind's eye continue their silent journey across the black water, carrying new generations toward their magical education. Each year, as summer fades into autumn, they wait patiently at the shore for Hagrid's booming call, and a new group of wide-eyed 11-year-olds to continue one of the wizarding world's most beloved traditions. The ripples from these countless journeys spread outward through time, connecting each Hogwarts student to those who came before and those who will follow. In this way, the simple boat journey across the Black Lake becomes much more than transportation. It becomes a thread in the complex tapestry of wizarding heritage, a shared moment that helps define what it means to be a witch or wizard educated at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As our fire dims and shadows lengthen around us, consider this: if memories could be made visible on the surface of the Black Lake, what constellation of experiences would we see reflected there? What moments of wonder, fear, friendship, and discovery have those dark waters witnessed as generations of young witches and wizards crossed from one life into another? Chapter 4. The Readings of a Spectrespecs. The veil between worlds grows thin as twilight settles around us, much like the gossamer barrier between the visible and invisible that certain magical devices allow us to penetrate. Among these curious objects, perhaps none are as whimsically effective as the colorful, peculiar eyewear known as Spectrespecs, a creation that reminds us that sometimes the most profound magic comes from unexpected sources. Imagine, if you will, a pair of glasses unlike any a Muggle optician would recognize. Frames made of woven silver wire, delicate yet surprisingly resilient, curved to resemble the wings of butterflies, lenses that appear at first glance to be merely colored cellophane, one a vibrant orange, the other a deep blue, with small protrusions resembling insect eyes at the temples. To the uninitiated, they might seem like nothing more than a child's toy or a costume accessory. Yet to those who understand their function, Spectrespecs represent a remarkable magical innovation that allows the wearer to perceive that which exists just beyond ordinary vision. The origin of Spectrespecs traces back to Xenophilius Lovegood, the eccentric editor of the Quibbler and father of Luna Lovegood. While many in the wizarding community dismissed Xenophilius as a peculiar conspiracy theorist with outlandish beliefs, his work with Spectrespecs demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of magical theory that few have properly appreciated. The development of Spectrespecs began with Xenophilius's interest in creatures that exist at the periphery of magical perception. His particular fascination with rackspurts, invisible entities said to float through one's ears and make their brain go fuzzy, led him to experiment with various methods of making the invisible visible. Traditional revealing charms proved inadequate for creatures of such ephemeral nature, leading Xenophilius to explore more unconventional magical approaches. The breakthrough came during an expedition to the remote highlands of Scotland, where Xenophilius encountered an elderly witch living in isolation among the heather. This witch, whose name has been lost to history, but whom Xenophilius referred to simply as the Seer of the Moors, had developed a primitive form of magical eyewear, using the crystallized tears of a phoenix mixed with the crushed wings of fairies. Though crude by comparison to the later Spectrespecs, these proto-glasses allowed the wearer to perceive magical auras and energies normally invisible to the human eye. Building upon this foundation, Xenophilius spent 3 years perfecting his design. The frames of true Spectrespecs are not simply silver wire as they appear, but a carefully crafted alloy of silver, moonstone dust, and powdered unicorn horn, materials known for their properties of purification and clarity. The wire must be drawn during the full moon and woven by hand rather than by magic, as Xenophilius discovered that direct spellwork interfered with the glass's perceptive abilities. The lenses present an even more fascinating study in magical craftsmanship. Far from the colored paper they resemble, true Spectrespecs lenses are created through a process similar to potion making. Liquid extracts from the dirigible plum, a fruit that grows upside down and is said to enhance one's ability to accept the extraordinary, are mixed with distilled essence of billywig sting and a single drop of mercury under the light of a waxing crescent moon. This mixture is then spread in microscopically thin layers and allowed to crystallize over a period of 31 days before being cut into the distinctive shape of the lenses. The colors of the lenses, orange and blue, are not arbitrary choices but serve specific magical functions. The orange lens attunes the wearer's vision to rapid movement on a spectral plane, allowing them to detect the flutter of Raxbird wings or the darting motion of a blibbering humdinger. The blue lens, conversely, slows perception of temporal movement, enabling the wearer to observe creatures that exist partially out of phase with standard time, beings that move so quickly in short bursts that they appear invisible to normal vision. The small protrusions resembling insect eyes serve as magical amplifiers, drawing in ambient magical energy to power the enchantments within the lenses, without requiring the wearer to provide this energy themselves. This clever innovation allows Spectrespecs to be worn by individuals regardless of their personal magical ability. Even squibs or muggles could theoretically use them, though the results might prove disorienting without proper magical context. When one dons a pair of Spectrespecs for the first time, the experience is said to be momentarily overwhelming. The world does not simply acquire a colored tint as one might expect from tinted glasses. Rather, layers of reality seem to peel away, revealing shimmering energies and subtle movements previously imperceptible. Many first-time wearers report a sensation of dizziness that passes within moments as their perception adjusts to this expanded reality. Luna Lovegood, who brought Spectrespecs to wider attention during her time at Hogwarts, described the experience as like suddenly realizing you've been living in a house with many rooms you never knew existed. Through her Spectrespecs, Luna could observe the swarm of Raxbirds that gathered around people under stress or confusion, particularly during exam periods at Hogwarts. She also claimed to see Nargles infesting mistletoe, appearing as tiny, mischievous points of pulsating light. While many dismissed Luna's observations as fantasy, certain members of the wizarding academic community have begun to reconsider the validity of some of these claims. Magizoologists studying the overlap between magical energy and creature manifestation have proposed that what Luna identified as Raxbirds may in fact be a visual representation of specific magical energies associated with cognitive impairment, essentially a manifestation of confusion made semi-corporeal through ambient magic. Interestingly, Spectrespecs have found practical applications beyond the search for cryptid magical creatures. Cursebreakers at Gringotts have adapted versions of Spectrespecs to detect remnant curses and hexes that traditional revealing spells might miss. The Department of Mysteries reportedly maintains a collection of modified Spectrespecs used in their research into the fundamental nature of magic itself. Mungo's Hospital has experimented with therapeutic applications using specialized Spectrespecs to observe magical trauma that might be invisible to conventional diagnostic methods. The full potential of Spectrespecs remains largely unexplored by mainstream wizarding society. This is partly due to their association with the Quibbler and its reputation for outlandish theories, but also because of the inherently subjective nature of the experience they provide. No two wearers perceive exactly the same phenomena through Spectrespecs, with individual magical sensitivity and personal belief systems apparently influencing what becomes visible. As you sit more comfortably by our fire, consider the implications of such a device. The wizarding world has long acknowledged that reality extends beyond what our ordinary senses can perceive, from ghosts that linger between life and death to the invisible Vestrals that can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. Spectrespecs suggest that there may be entire categories of magical phenomena that exist alongside us, unperceived not because of specific conditions, but simply because our standard sensory apparatus lacks the capability to detect them. In this light, Luna Lovegood's seemingly bizarre behaviors take on a different quality. Her tendency to stare at empty spaces, to reach out toward invisible entities, to respond to stimuli others could not detect. All might be explained not as eccentricity, but as a heightened awareness of magical realities that others simply lacked the means to perceive. Through her father's invention, Luna gained access to layers of magical existence that remained hidden to her classmates. The crafting of Spectrespecs is not protected by patent or secrecy, as Xenophilius Lovegood published the complete methodology in a special edition of the Quibbler shortly after their invention. Yet few have attempted to recreate them, perhaps dismissing them as frivolous, or fearing the ridicule that might come from being associated with such an unconventional magical device. Those who have successfully crafted their own, however, report experiences ranging from profound to transformative. One account comes from an anonymous wizard who created a pair following Xenophilius's instructions precisely. "I put them on expecting to see nothing but colored light," he wrote to the Quibbler. "Instead, I saw the garden gnomes in my yard, surrounded by tiny motes of golden light that seemed to guide their movements. When I removed the Spectrespecs, the lights vanished, but the gnomes continued to follow the same paths I had seen outlined in gold. There was a pattern to their chaos I had never perceived before." Another correspondent, a witch specializing in magical architecture, described using Spectrespecs to examine ancient wizarding structures. "The stones of Hogwarts Castle revealed layers of protection spells I had never detected with conventional methods. Some appeared as old as the castle itself, woven into the very fabric of the stone like luminous threads. Others were more recent, pulsing with the distinctive magical signatures of different headmasters and headmistresses who had added their own protections over centuries. Perhaps most intriguing are the reports from those who have worn Spectrespecs in locations of great natural power, stone circles, convergences of ley lines, sites where the boundary between magical and non-magical reality grows particularly thin. Here wearers describe seeing what some have interpreted as the very currents of magic itself, flowing like luminous rivers through the landscape, pooling in certain locations and dispersing in others. If such accounts can be trusted, and the consistency between independent reports suggests there may be truth to them, then Spectrespecs offer a visual confirmation of what magical theorists have long proposed, that magic is not merely a tool to be wielded, but an environmental force, a fundamental energy that exists throughout our world, in varying concentrations and manifestations. As our exploration of Spectrespecs draws to a close, we might consider the philosophical questions they raise. If our perception of reality is limited by our sensory apparatus, how much of the magical world remains hidden to us even as witches and wizards? What other layers of existence might interpenetrate our own, accessible only through specialized magical means? And what might we learn about the fundamental nature of magic itself if we could perceive it directly, rather than only through its effects? Luna Lovegood, often dismissed for her unusual perspectives, might actually represent a more advanced approach to magical understanding, one that acknowledges the limitations of conventional perception and actively seeks to transcend them. Her willingness to don colorful, peculiar glasses and perceive a world others could not see required a courage and openness that many of her more serious peers lacked. As the firelight flickers and our shadows dance upon ancient walls, consider this: what hidden wonders might become visible to you if you donned a pair of Spectrespecs? What creatures, energies, or phenomena exist just beyond the threshold of your perception, waiting to be discovered by those willing to look at the world through different eyes? Chapter 5. The History of the Dementors as Guards. The chill that settles into ancient bones on the darkest of winter nights reminds us of creatures that embody fear itself, beings that feed not on flesh and blood, but unhappiness and hope. As our fire casts dancing shadows across these weathered walls, let us turn our thoughts to the most dreaded entities in the wizarding world, and their controversial role as the guardians of wizardkind's most dangerous criminals. Dementors. Even the word seems to lower the temperature of the air around us. Cloaked figures that glide rather than walk, faceless beneath their hoods, save for the gaping maw that performs their terrible kiss. Their very presence causes ice to form, light to dim, and every happy memory to fade into a distant echo. Yet for centuries, the Ministry of Magic employed these creatures as the guardians of Azkaban prison, a decision with profound implications for magical justice, ethics, and society. The origin of Dementors remains one of wizardkind's most disturbing mysteries. Unlike most magical creatures, there is no record of their first appearance, no ancient tome describing their creation or discovery. Some magical historians believe they are as old as human suffering itself, not born but formed, coalescing in places where despair and torment reached unnatural concentrations. The most commonly accepted theory suggests they first manifested in medieval Europe during the Black Death, when misery and loss permeated the continent like a miasma. Others, including the renowned magical theorist Catullus Spangle, proposed that Dementors were not natural creatures at all, but the result of ancient dark magic gone terribly wrong. In his controversial text, The Dementors' Riddle, Spangle suggested that powerful dark wizards once attempted to create servants that could extract and contain the souls of their enemies, only to lose control of these creations. This theory, while never proven, would explain the Dementors' unique ability to perform the kiss, the removal of a soul while leaving the body alive but empty. What we know with certainty is that, by the early 15th century, Dementors had become numerous enough in Britain to pose a significant threat to both magical and Muggle communities. Historical accounts describe inexplicable waves of depression sweeping through villages, crops withering without apparent cause, and people found alive but unresponsive, soulless, with expressions of absolute terror frozen on their faces. The wizarding community's first response was to attempt eradication. Early versions of the Patronus charm were developed specifically to combat Dementors, though few wizards mastered the difficult spell. Other methods proved futile. Dementors seemed impervious to most forms of magical attack, and their numbers continued to grow as they fed on the fear and misery they themselves created. It was Damocles' Roll, Minister for Magic from 1718 to 1726, who proposed what must have seemed an elegant solution to two problems at once. The growing Dementor population needed containment, and the ministry needed a secure location for the imprisonment of dark wizards. Why not, Roll suggested, establish a prison guarded by creatures that would make escape not merely difficult, but psychologically impossible. And so Azkaban was born, or rather, repurposed. The fortress on the tiny North Sea island had existed for centuries before. Its original builder, a dark wizard known only as the Sorcerer of Azkaban in historical records. After his death, the fortress stood abandoned, avoided by all due to the lingering imprint of the dark magic performed there. This very quality made it attractive to Rawl. The residual dark magic would provide a hospitable environment for the Dementors he intended to install as guards. The implementation of Rawl's plan marked a turning point in both the ministry's approach to criminal justice and its relationship with dangerous magical creatures. Rather than continuing failed attempts to destroy Dementors, the ministry would contain and utilize them. A formal pact was established. The Dementors would serve as guards at Azkaban, feeding on the emotions of the prisoners, but leaving their souls intact, except in cases where the kiss was explicitly ordered as punishment. In return, the ministry would provide the Dementors with a consistent food source and leave them largely autonomous within Azkaban's walls. As you settle more comfortably before our fire, consider the profound ethical implications of this arrangement. The ministry, the supposed moral authority of the wizarding world, had essentially institutionalized torture. For even the briefest sentence in Azkaban meant constant exposure to creatures that extracted every happy memory, every moment of peace or joy, leaving behind only the prisoner's worst experiences to replay endlessly in their mind. Eldritch Diggory, who became Minister for Magic in 1733, was the first to express serious concerns about the system his predecessor had established. During a visit to Azkaban, Diggory was so disturbed by the conditions he witnessed that he returned to the ministry determined to find alternative arrangements. The poor wretches who are entrapped there exist in a living death, a fate which no human creature should have to endure, he wrote in his private journals. That we have sanctioned such suffering reflects poorly upon us all. Diggory began researching humane alternatives for magical incarceration, but died in office before implementing any reforms. His successors, perhaps swayed by the undeniable effectiveness of Dementors as deterrents to both escape and crime itself, allowed the arrangement to continue. The wizarding public, comforted by the knowledge that dark wizards were securely contained and thoroughly punished, largely supported the system or simply avoided thinking about what occurred on that distant island. For over 2 centuries, this uneasy symbiosis between ministry and Dementors continued. During this period, a troubling pattern emerged that few at the ministry were willing to acknowledge. Former Azkaban inmates, even those incarcerated for relatively minor offenses, showed alarming rates of recidivism and increasingly disturbed behavior after release. Having been stripped of positive memories and forced to relive their worst experiences for months or years, many ex-prisoners found themselves unable to reintegrate into society, their moral compass permanently damaged by prolonged Dementor exposure. The case of Morphine Gaunt provides a particularly stark example. Imprisoned for attacking Muggles, Morphine emerged from his 3-year sentence as a profoundly damaged individual, his already questionable mental stability shattered by the Dementor's influence. Years later, he confessed to murders actually committed by Tom Riddle, lacking the psychological coherence to defend himself or accurately recall events. While an extreme case, Morphine's story illustrates how Azkaban's Dementor guards created a form of justice that often went far beyond the intended punishment. Despite growing concerns among progressive members of the wizarding community, the ministry's reliance on Dementors only increased over time. By the late 20th century, Dementors were occasionally deployed beyond Azkaban's walls for specific missions, such as the hunt for Sirius Black after his unprecedented escape. This expansion of their role would later prove to be a critical mistake. As the firelight flickers before us, casting long shadows on ancient walls, we must acknowledge the darkest chapter in the history of the Ministry's relationship with Dementors. When Lord Voldemort returned to power, the Dementors, creatures naturally drawn to despair and degradation, abandoned their centuries-long pact with the Ministry to ally themselves with the Dark Lord. In a matter of hours, Azkaban was transformed from an impregnable fortress to an open recruiting ground for Voldemort's army, as dozens of his most dangerous followers were freed. This betrayal revealed the fundamental flaw in the Ministry's approach. They had never truly controlled the Dementors. The pact had always been one of mutual convenience rather than mastery. When offered more plentiful prey and fewer restrictions by Voldemort, the Dementors did what their nature compelled them to do. They aligned with the greater source of suffering. During Voldemort's brief but terrible control of the wizarding government, Dementors were unleashed upon the population with devastating effects. They bred freely in the atmosphere of despair, their numbers increasing dramatically. They were stationed in Hogsmeade and other wizarding communities, ostensibly to maintain order, but in reality serving as tools of terror and oppression. Muggle communities suffered as well, with Dementor attacks disguised as unexplained natural disasters or sudden epidemics of depression. When Kingsley Shacklebolt became Minister for Magic after the Battle of Hogwarts, one of his first and most popular acts was to remove Dementors from their position at Azkaban permanently. "It is time," he stated in his inaugural address, "that we acknowledge that justice cannot be served by creatures incapable of understanding the concept. The ethics of our society must be reflected in all aspects of our governance, including how we treat those who have broken our laws." The reform of Azkaban under Shacklebolt's leadership marked the end of over 250 years of ministry-sanctioned Dementor guardianship. Human guards, trained in both defensive magic and rehabilitation techniques, replaced the Dementors. The fortress itself was renovated to provide humane conditions while maintaining security. Most importantly, new emphasis was placed on rehabilitation rather than pure punishment, with differentiated levels of security based on the severity of crimes and the danger posed by specific prisoners. The question of what to do with the Dementors themselves proved more challenging. Unlike other magical creatures that had been used and abused by Voldemort's regime, Dementors could not simply be relocated to sanctuaries or reserves. Their fundamental nature, the need to feed on human happiness, made coexistence seemingly impossible. The solution implemented by Shacklebolt's ministry remains controversial to this day. Rather than attempting to destroy the Dementors, which had proven impossible throughout history, specialized teams of Aurors and Unspeakables worked to contain them in certain remote locations, uninhabited islands, deep forest regions, and abandoned magical sites already tainted by dark magic. These areas were made unplottable and surrounded by powerful repelling enchantments to prevent accidental human contact. Some argued that this approach merely postponed an inevitable future conflict that contained Dementors would eventually grow desperate with hunger and find ways to bypass the restrictions. Others maintained that without a steady food source, the Dementor population would naturally decline over time, perhaps even reaching extinction. The Department of Mysteries continues to monitor these containment zones, though detailed reports remain classified. What cannot be denied is the profound shift in Wizarding Society's approach to criminal justice following the Dementor era. The recognition that Azkaban under Dementor control had been not merely punitive, but actively damaging to prisoners' capacity for rehabilitation, led to wider reforms throughout the magical justice system. New emphasis was placed on restorative practices, particularly for non-violent offenses. Alternative sentences such as magical monitoring, community service in the wizarding community, and rehabilitative spell therapy became common for lesser crimes. As our exploration of this dark chapter in wizarding history draws to a close, we are left with important questions about the nature of justice, the ethics of magical governance, and the profound consequences of compromising with creatures of inherent darkness. The legacy of the Dementors' long service as Azkaban guards extends beyond the prison itself, touching on fundamental issues of how the wizarding world defines humanity and inhumanity, punishment and cruelty. The warmth of our fire seems to grow as we conclude this chilling tale, reminding us of the Patronus charm that stands as wizardkind's ultimate defense against these creatures of despair. Perhaps there is a lesson in that magic, that true security comes not from walls and guards, whether human or otherwise, but from our capacity to preserve hope and happiness even in the darkest of circumstances. The shadows lengthen and our evening grows late. Consider this. What does the wizarding world's centuries-long reliance on Dementors reveal about the tension between expedience and ethics in magical governance? And what might we learn from the painful lessons of Azkaban's history about the true meaning of justice in a society capable of both wondrous and terrible magic? Chapter 6. The Redemption of Dudley Dursley. The intricate tapestry of human nature reveals itself most profoundly in stories of transformation. As gentle shadows play across our sanctuary tonight, let us turn our attention to an unlikely tale of growth and change, the subtle redemption of a boy who began as the embodiment of childhood cruelty, but found, through extraordinary circumstances, a path toward understanding and compassion. Dudley Dursley, only child of Vernon and Petunia Dursley of number 4, Privet Drive, entered our story as the perfect foil to Harry Potter. Where Harry was neglected, Dudley was smothered with affection. Where Harry was denied, Dudley was indulged without limit. Where Harry was punished for accidental magic, Dudley was rewarded for deliberate cruelty. Their parallel childhoods unfolded under the same roof, but in entirely different emotional universes. The Dudley we first encounter through Harry's eyes is a study in childhood excess, physically overweight from constant indulgence, emotionally underdeveloped from never facing consequences, and socially empowered by parents who interpreted his every whim as deserving fulfillment. Picture him on his 11th birthday, furiously counting presents, enraged that he had received 37 gifts when the previous year had yielded 38. This scene encapsulates the boy Dudley had become under Vernon and Petunia's distorted parenting, a child who measured love in possessions and power over others. Dudley's primary role in Harry's early life was as tormentor. Harry hunting became a favorite pastime, with Dudley leading his gang of friends in pursuit of his smaller cousin. The casual cruelty extended beyond physical intimidation into psychological territory, destroying Harry's few possessions, mocking his lack of parents, ensuring he remained isolated and friendless at school. This behavior continued unchecked and even encouraged by Vernon and Petunia, who viewed it as normal boyhood roughhousing rather than the sustained bullying it truly was. As our fire crackles softly, casting warm light across these ancient stones, consider how Dudley's character was shaped not merely by his own choices, but by the environment his parents created. Children rarely invent values, they absorb them from their surroundings. The casual contempt for Harry that permeated the Dursley household became the foundation for Dudley's understanding of his cousin as someone deserving of mistreatment. His parents' determination to appear perfectly normal, in contrast to the freakishness they associated with magic, taught Dudley to fear and despise difference rather than understand it. The first subtle indication that Dudley might possess more complexity than initially apparent came during Harry's second year away at Hogwarts. While home for the summer holidays, Harry discovered that Dudley had been concealing a significant development. He had been selected as the school boxing champion. What makes this detail revealing is not the achievement itself, but that Dudley had dedicated himself to mastering a disciplined pursuit requiring commitment and perseverance. Beneath the entitled exterior existed a capacity for determination when properly channeled. The boxing training introduced other changes in Dudley. His physical transformation from merely overweight to more muscular represented his first experience with delayed gratification, sacrificing immediate pleasures for longer-term goals. Though he continued to use his new strength to intimidate others, the very concept that effort could lead to earned reward was a developmental step forward from his previous expectation that rewards should come without effort. As you settle more comfortably by our evening fire, let us turn to the pivotal moment in Dudley's journey, his encounter with Dementors in the summer before Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts. Few experiences could have been better designed to penetrate Dudley's carefully constructed worldview than facing creatures that forced him to confront the darkest aspects of his own nature. The exact content of what Dudley saw under the Dementors' influence remains unspecified in our chronicles, but we can reasonably infer its nature. Dementors force their victims to relive their worst memories and confront their deepest shames. For Dudley, a boy who had never before faced genuine consequences for his actions, the sudden immersion in the accumulated weight of his cruelty must have been overwhelming. Perhaps he saw himself through the eyes of those he had bullied. Perhaps he experienced for the first time the fear and helplessness he had inflicted on others. Whatever the specific vision, it shattered the protective bubble his parents had constructed around him. The immediate aftermath of the Dementor attack revealed the first visible crack in Dudley's formerly impenetrable self-assurance. Described as pale, shaking, and physically ill, he exhibited classic symptoms of profound psychological shock. When Vernon tried to blame Harry for Dudley's condition, Dudley himself contradicted this easy explanation, the first time we see him resist his father's interpretation of events involving Harry. Though unable to articulate what had happened, his response to Harry's question about what he had experienced, cold, so cold, suggested an emotional depth previously hidden. The change in Dudley following this encounter was not immediate or dramatic, but subtle and gradual, as genuine personal growth often is. When next we glimpse him the following summer, small but significant differences had emerged. The casual physical intimidation of Harry had ceased. The deliberate destruction of property was absent. Though awkward and limited in expression, Dudley began showing signs of an emerging conscience. This development culminated in one of the most quietly powerful moments in Harry's story, Dudley's awkward but sincere attempt to thank Harry for saving his life from the Dementors. "I don't think you're a waste of space," he told his cousin as the Dursleys prepared to go into hiding. Words that might seem like faint praise in any other context, but represented a monumental shift in Dudley's worldview. For perhaps the first time, he had formed an opinion that directly contradicted his parents' teachings about Harry. Even more revealing was Dudley's bewildered question about why Harry wasn't joining them in hiding. This simple inquiry demonstrated something previously absent from his character, concern for someone outside himself. The boy who once counted his birthday presents with jealous precision had developed enough empathy to worry about his cousin's safety. When Harry explained his role in fighting Voldemort, Dudley's response, "You're not a waste of space," became not merely an acknowledgement of Harry's worth, but recognition of his courage. The teacup Dudley left outside Harry's bedroom door during that final summer at Privet Drive stands as perhaps the most poignant symbol of his evolution. Unable to articulate his changing feelings directly, Dudley expressed them through this simple act of consideration, a wordless apology and offering of peace. The gesture reveals both how far he had come and how much growth still lay before him as he navigated the unfamiliar territory of empathy and reconciliation. Information about Dudley's life after the war is sparse in our chronicles, but what we know suggests the changes begun under the influence of the Dementors continued to develop. According to J.K. Rowling herself, Dudley and Harry maintained contact in adulthood, their families meeting occasionally for visits that remained awkward but civil. Dudley married and had children, and though never comfortable with magic, he no longer feared or despised it as his parents had taught him to do. Most significantly, when one of Dudley's children eventually showed signs of magical ability, a detail suggested but not confirmed in canon, Dudley did not respond with the horror and rejection that characterized his parents' reaction to Harry. Instead, knowing his cousin's status in the wizarding world, he contacted Harry for guidance, a profound act of trust that would have been unimaginable to the Dudley we first met. In this possible future, the cycle of prejudice that defined the relationship between Petunia and Lily would be broken by a man who learned, however belatedly, to choose understanding over fear. As we contemplate Dudley's journey by the warm light of our fire, several insights emerge about the nature of redemption. Unlike dramatic conversions that make for tidy storytelling, Dudley's transformation came gradually and imperfectly. There was no single moment where he renounced his past behavior and emerged fully reformed. Instead, we see the slow accumulation of small choices that gradually altered his course. The decision not to bully, the choice to acknowledge, the effort to thank, the silent offering of tea as peace gesture. Equally significant is how Dudley's redemption required external intervention to begin. The comfortable insularity of Privet Drive offered no natural catalyst for self-reflection. Only through exposure to the wizarding world, particularly the Dementors that forced him to confront his own nature, did Dudley encounter the necessary disruption to his worldview. This suggests something profound about human growth. Sometimes we cannot initiate our own transformation without experiences that shatter our existing perception of reality. The role of Harry in Dudley's redemption deserves consideration as well. Despite years of mistreatment, Harry never sought revenge against his cousin. When opportunity for retaliation presented itself, as when Harry first learned magic, or when he came of age and could use magic legally, he chose restraint. More significantly, when Dudley offered his awkward olive branch, Harry accepted it without requiring elaborate apologies or self-flagellation. This grace created space for Dudley to change without the burden of shame that might have made growth impossible. Perhaps most poignant is how Dudley's story illustrates the possibility of transcending one's upbringing. Raised by parents who embodied prejudice, insularity, and fear of difference, Dudley nonetheless found a path toward tolerance and understanding. The environmental forces that shaped his early development were powerful, but not deterministic. Even after years of absorbing Vernon and Petunia's values, Dudley retained the capacity to question and ultimately reject aspects of their worldview when confronted with experiences that contradicted it. In this way, Dudley's redemption offers a hopeful counterpoint to another character's trajectory, his Aunt Petunia. Both were raised in environments that taught them to fear and reject magic. Both had close relationships with magical individuals, and both had opportunities to reconsider their prejudices. Yet where Petunia calcified in her resentment, Dudley found the capacity to grow beyond it. His story suggests that while our past shapes us, it need not define us absolutely. As our exploration of Dudley's redemption draws to a close, we're left with a character who traveled one of the more subtle but meaningful arcs in the Wizarding Chronicles. Never a hero, never fully absolved of his early cruelty, Dudley nonetheless embodied an important truth, that even those who begin as antagonists contain the potential for change. The spoiled, bullying boy of Privet Drive could not have envisioned the man he would become, one capable of gratitude, reconciliation, and eventually even acceptance of the magical world he had been taught to despise. The embers of our fire glow softer now, as our tale concludes. Though the light dims, it illuminates one final question for contemplation. What moments in our own lives have served as our Dementor encounters, experiences that strip away comfortable illusions and force us to see ourselves as we truly are? And how might these difficult revelations, like Dudley's traumatic but ultimately transformative experience, contain the seeds of our own redemption? Chapter 7. The limitations of time magic. The pendulum swings through shadows cast by ancient stones, marking moments that flow ever forward, never backward, except, perhaps, within the extraordinary realm of magical possibility. Time, that most unyielding of forces in the Muggle world, proves somewhat more malleable in the hands of skilled witches and wizards. Yet even in the magical world, tampering with the temporal fabric carries profound restrictions and dangers that remind us that some powers were never meant for casual use. As moonlight streams through tall windows, illuminating dancing dust motes that seem suspended between moments, let us explore the fascinating yet strictly circumscribed domain of magical time manipulation, where possibility and prohibition intertwine with consequences that ripple across reality itself. The wizarding world's relationship with time magic bears a curious paradox. While capable of creating devices that bend temporal reality, the magical community approaches such creations with a caution bordering on fear. This wariness stems not from superstition, but from hard-earned wisdom accumulated through centuries of magical catastrophe and metaphysical disaster. Time turners represent perhaps the most well-known method of magical time manipulation, yet their very design embodies the careful limitations placed upon such magic. Consider that even these remarkable devices, products of the Department of Mystery's most sophisticated magical engineering, cannot transport users more than 5 hours into the past. This restriction exists not due to a lack of magical innovation or power, but because of something far more fundamental: the dangerous instability that emerges when pushing beyond this temporal boundary. Early experiments with extended time travel revealed disturbing consequences. In 1899, Eloise Mintumble, an unspeakable working with experimental time magic, traveled back nearly 5 centuries to 1402. Her brief presence in the past, where she was trapped for 5 days before being retrieved, created temporal disruptions so severe that Tuesday following her return lasted 2.5 days, while Thursday contracted to a mere 4 hours. More disturbingly, Mintumble herself experienced catastrophic physical aging upon her return, her body advancing some 5 centuries before she succumbed to death within hours. Even more alarming were the genealogical consequences. No fewer than 25 individuals, descendants of people Mintumble had interacted with in the past, simply vanished from existence, unborn when their ancestors' lives took different paths due to her interference. The implications of this incident reverberated through the Department of Mysteries, establishing the 5-hour limitation as an inviolable safety measure rather than an arbitrary restriction. This temporal boundary represents just one of many limitations surrounding time magic. Perhaps equally significant is what magical theorists call the single timeline constraint, the principle that prevents paradoxes by ensuring travelers cannot change events that have already occurred. When Hermione and Harry used the time turner to save Buckbeak and Sirius Black, they did not alter established events but fulfilled them. Their future selves had always been present during those events, their actions already woven into the tapestry of what had occurred. As you settle more comfortably by our fire, consider how this constraint shapes the possibilities of magical time travel. Unlike the fanciful Muggle notion of changing the past, wizarding time manipulation operates within a closed causal loop. The traveler's actions in the past have already influenced the present they departed from, making true alteration impossible. This limitation preserves the integrity of reality, while still allowing for the seeming miracle of being in two places at once. The Department of Mysteries enforces additional restrictions beyond these metaphysical constraints. Time turners were never made available to the general wizarding public, their use restricted to specific ministry-approved purposes and subject to extensive documentation and oversight. Even Hermione Granger's academic use required special dispensation from both the Ministry and Hogwarts, with strict rules about being seen and potential interference. These bureaucratic limitations reflect a deeper concern, the temptation inherent in time magic. Who among us, wizard or muggle, has not longed to revisit a moment of regret, to undo a mistake, to speak once more with those we've lost? The emotional pull of such possibilities might overwhelm even the most responsible witch or wizard, leading to reckless attempts to change what should remain fixed. The Ministry's restrictions acknowledge this very human vulnerability, protecting individuals from their own best intentions. Beyond time turners, the wizarding world has explored other forms of temporal magic, each with its own distinct limitations. The reversal spell Tempus Reverto can rewind a localized area to its previous state, but cannot affect living beings within that space. This makes it useful for repairing damage, but prevents it from reversing injuries or restoring life. Another boundary between permissible magic and that which interferes too directly with natural order. Temporal freezing charms temporarily suspend motion within a limited area, creating the appearance of stopped time. However, these spells cannot last more than a few minutes before magical resistance builds to insurmountable levels, and they cannot affect areas larger than a modest room. Attempts to expand either duration or area have invariably resulted in spell collapse, sometimes with catastrophic magical backlash for the caster. Ancient magical traditions explored yet other approaches to time manipulation. Celtic wizards developed divination methods to glimpse potential futures, though these visions grew increasingly unreliable the further forward they peered. Egyptian magical artifacts could preserve moments in time, like magical photographs, but could not allow physical return to those moments. Even these limited applications came wrapped in cautionary tales and strict traditional protocols. As our fire crackles softly in contemplative silence, consider the profound implication of these limitations. Even in a world where many impossible things become possible through magic, certain boundaries remain inviolable. Time, it seems, demands respect from magical and non-magical beings alike. The most dramatic demonstration of the dangers of pushing beyond established temporal limitations came during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries in 1996. When the entire stock of time turners was destroyed in the conflict between Dumbledore's army and the Death Eaters, the magical backlash created a localized time anomaly that took months for unspeakables to fully contain. Witnesses reported seeing ghostly echoes of events that had not yet occurred, alongside replays of moments long past, all swirling in disorienting temporal chaos within the chamber. This incident led to a complete moratorium on time turner production that lasted nearly a decade. When limited creation eventually resumed under Minister Shacklebolt's administration, the new devices incorporated additional restrictions, including alarm enchantments that activated when users attempted to exceed approved parameters and emergency return spells that would automatically bring travelers back to their origin point if they attempted prohibited interference. Perhaps the most philosophically interesting limitation of time magic lies in what magical theorists call temporal resistance, the observation that history appears to resist dramatic alteration. Minor changes may occur, but events of significant impact seem to find alternative paths to similar outcomes. When Eloise Mintumble accidentally prevented a medieval wizarding duel during her ill-fated time journey, historical records show that the same wizards found reason to duel the following day instead, with identical results. This phenomenon suggests something profound about the nature of time itself, that certain events possess a kind of temporal weight or significance that makes them resistant to magical interference. Some unspeakables theorize that magic itself may have consciousness of a sort, preserving the integrity of particularly important moments. Others suggest more mechanistic explanations involving magical energy seeking equilibrium across the temporal dimension. Whatever the explanation, this resistance creates perhaps the most meaningful limitation on time magic, the inability to prevent major tragedies or alter the course of wizarding history. Many have wondered why, if time turners existed, they could not be used to prevent catastrophes like Voldemort's rise to power or the deaths of beloved figures like Dumbledore. The answer lies in this natural law of temporal resistance. Some events are simply too significant to be undone, their consequences too far-reaching to be unwoven from the fabric of time. The study of these limitations continues in the Department of Mysteries, though much remains unknown. Theoretical models suggest that temporal magic operates according to principles that transcend standard magical theory, perhaps connecting to the fundamental forces that govern existence itself. Understanding these principles fully may lie beyond current magical knowledge, a humbling reminder that even the most accomplished witches and wizards glimpse only portions of magic's ultimate nature. For the average witch or wizard, the practical implication is clear. Time magic remains largely inaccessible, its use reserved for specific, carefully monitored circumstances. The destruction of the Ministry's Time Turner collection during Harry Potter's 5th year at Hogwarts further limited access, though rumors persist of surviving devices in private collections or foreign ministries. As shadows deepen around our evening sanctuary, we must acknowledge one final profound limitation of temporal magic, its inability to truly heal emotional wounds or provide the closure we might seek. Those who have accessed time magic often report that revisiting the past, even as mere observers, frequently intensifies grief rather than alleviating it. Seeing lost loved ones, knowing their fate while being unable to warn or save them, creates a unique form of torment that magical theorists call temporal dissonance. This psychological limitation perhaps explains why even those with the power and knowledge to create time travel devices rarely use them for personal purposes. Dumbledore himself, though surely capable of crafting or obtaining a time turner, never used one to revisit his tragic history with Grindelwald and Ariana. Some things, it seems, are meant to remain in memory rather than being relived, however powerful the temptation. As our exploration of time magic's limitations concludes, the pendulum continues its measured swing, marking moments that pass and cannot be reclaimed. The wizarding world's approach to temporal magic ultimately reflects a profound wisdom that the true magic of time lies not in our ability to manipulate it, but in how we choose to use the moments given to us, moving forward with the knowledge of the past, but the courage to face an unknown future. The fire dwindles now to glowing embers, casting long shadows as our contemplation of time's mysteries draws to a close. Before you drift toward dreams, consider this question. If all magical restrictions were lifted, and you could safely journey to any moment in time, past or future, would you choose to look backward at what was, or forward to what might be? And what does your answer reveal about your relationship with time itself? Chapter 8. The Ancient Runes Classroom. The whispers of forgotten languages seem to echo through ancient corridors as we direct our attention to one of Hogwarts' most intriguing yet seldom explored spaces, hidden away in the castle's east wing, on the 6th floor where afternoon light streams through tall, narrow windows, lies a classroom where the oldest forms of magic are studied. The Ancient Runes Classroom, a sanctuary of linguistic magic and symbolic power that has shaped wizarding knowledge for centuries. Unlike the dramatic displays of the Charms Classroom or the bubbling cauldrons of the Potions Dungeon, the Ancient Runes Classroom presents a more subtle kind of magic, one contained in carved symbols and ancient texts rather than wandwork and incantations. As you cross the threshold into this remarkable space, the air itself seems charged with scholarly intensity and the weight of accumulated magical knowledge. The room is circular in design, unlike most Hogwarts classrooms, a shape deliberately chosen to reflect the cyclical nature of magical languages and their evolution. 12 tall windows punctuate the curved stone walls, each depicting in stained glass a different runic alphabet used by magical communities throughout history. When sunlight streams through these windows, the colored symbols cast dancing patterns across the worn wooden floor, creating an ever-shifting tapestry of light that students often find mesmerizing. The ceiling deserves particular attention, for it bears one of Professor Bathsheba Babbling's most impressive enchantments. Similar to the Great Hall's famous ceiling but with a scholarly purpose, this enchantment displays the night sky as it would have appeared over significant runic sites during important historical moments. During lessons on Norse runes, students might look up to see the stars as they aligned over ancient Uppsala during midwinter solstice rituals. When studying Celtic Ogham, the ceiling might show the heavens as witnessed by druidic wizards at Newgrange during equinox ceremonies. The classroom seating arrangement reflects Professor Babbling's pedagogical philosophy. Rather than the traditional rows facing a teacher's desk, the Ancient Runes Classroom features a circular arrangement of tables forming concentric rings. This allows students to see each other during discussions and creates a more egalitarian learning environment. Professor Babbling often notes that understanding runes requires seeing them from multiple perspectives, a principle reflected in her classroom design. At the center of these rings stands a remarkable artifact, a cylindrical stone pedestal covered in continuously shifting runic inscriptions. This teaching tool, rumored to have been created by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, can display any runic text the professor requires for demonstration. More impressively, it can show the evolution of specific runes across different magical cultures and time periods, allowing students to understand the development of magical language in a visual, immediate way. The walls of the classroom bear what might be the most extensive collection of authentic runic artifacts outside Gringotts or the Department of Mysteries. Protected behind enchanted glass cases, these treasures include fragments of the Uppsala Codex, containing some of the earliest known wizard-created runes, a partial set of Celtic divination stones from the 3rd century, and several examples of protective amulets from various magical traditions. Rather than mere museum pieces, these artifacts serve as practical teaching tools, occasionally removed from their cases for advanced students to study directly. Perhaps most impressive is the classroom's library of reference materials. Built into the walls between windows are floor-to-ceiling bookcases, containing what many consider the finest collection of texts on magical languages in Britain. Some volumes are so ancient, they require specialized preservation charms, refreshed monthly by Professor Babbling herself. Others are recent publications containing the latest discoveries from magical archaeologists and linguists worldwide. Together they represent a resource that even draws occasional visits from unspeakables conducting research for the Department of Mysteries. As you settle more comfortably by our fire, imagine the experience of a student entering this space for their first Ancient Runes lesson. The initial impression is often one of quiet intimidation, walls of inscrutable symbols, texts in languages long dead, and the palpable sense of stepping into a tradition stretching back to the very origins of formalized magic. Yet, Professor Babbling has a remarkable talent for making this seemingly impenetrable subject accessible to young minds. Professor Bathsheba Babbling herself deserves our attention, for she embodies the spirit of her classroom. A witch of middling height with silver-streaked dark hair typically arranged in a practical bun, she moves through the circular space with purpose and quiet enthusiasm. Unlike the dramatic flair of a Professor Trelawney or the stern presence of a Professor McGonagall, Babbling's teaching style is characterized by patient precision and genuine intellectual excitement that gradually infects her students. Her background uniquely qualifies her for this position. Before joining the Hogwarts faculty in the early 1980s, Babbling worked as a curse-breaker alongside Bill Weasley's future colleagues, specializing in text-based curses and protective inscriptions. Her practical experience applying runic knowledge to dangerous situations grounds her academic expertise in real-world applications, a perspective she frequently shares with students who question the subject's relevance. The curriculum Professor Babbling has developed reflects her belief that runic studies connect directly to practical magic. First-year students begin with basic Nordic runes, the most commonly used in British magical tradition, learning not merely to translate them but to understand the magical principles encoded within their forms. By third year, students work with simple protective inscriptions, carving practice runes into clay tablets and activating them with precise wand movements and focused intent. New T-level studies venture into truly advanced territory, the creation of original runic sequences for specific magical purposes, the deciphering of complex multi-language inscriptions from ancient magical sites, and the theory behind runic magic's relationship to wandless spellcasting. These advanced lessons often take place around the central pedestal, with students collaboratively solving runic puzzles or analyzing case studies from Professor Babbling's curse-breaking career. The atmosphere during classes varies with the material being studied. Lessons on Egyptian hieroglyphic magic tend to fill the room with golden light and the faint scent of desert sand, an enchantment Professor Babbling employs to contextualize the language in its original setting. Sessions on Germanic protective runes sometimes cause the classroom to grow noticeably cooler, with the sound of distant thunder rumbling beyond the windows. These sensory elements are not merely theatrical but pedagogical, helping students connect emotionally and physically with magical traditions from different cultural contexts. What many students find most surprising about the Ancient Runes classroom is how it seems to adapt to their learning needs. Struggling students often report discovering exactly the reference book they require waiting on their desk before they've even articulated what confused them. Those experiencing breakthroughs might find the light from the stained glass windows momentarily intensifying around them, as though the room itself is acknowledging their progress. Professor Babbling neither confirms nor denies enchanting the classroom with such responsive magic, merely smiling when students mention these occurrences. The classroom contains one particularly fascinating feature, hidden from casual observation. Beneath each student desk runs a thin channel carved directly into the stone floor, all connecting to form an elaborate runic protection circle encompassing the entire teaching space. This defensive measure dates back to the 1600s, when a student accidentally activated a particularly powerful curse while translating an ancient text. The protection circle, maintained and periodically strengthened by successive Ancient Runes professors, ensures that magical accidents remain contained and can be quickly neutralized. During particularly intensive study periods, the Ancient Runes classroom remains open after hours, with Professor Babbling granting special permission to dedicated Newt students who wish to continue their research. These evening sessions have a magical quality all their own. As daylight fades, enchanted lamps with carefully calibrated light, designed not to damage sensitive manuscripts, illuminate the circular space. The ceiling enchantment grows more vivid, and the central pedestal often displays slower, more subtle transitions between runic forms, creating an atmosphere of contemplative study. Throughout the school year, the classroom's appearance subtly transforms to reflect the current curriculum focus. During units on Eastern magical scripts, delicate paper lanterns might hover near the ceiling, casting light through cutout symbols. When studying Celtic Ogham, preserved branches bearing authentic inscriptions appear on display tables. For lessons on ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic magic, small animated models of scarab beetles, a powerful symbol in Egyptian magical tradition, might crawl across the edges of student desks, their movements forming living hieroglyphs. The classroom also serves as the meeting space for the Ancient Languages Club, a small but dedicated student organization that explores magical communication systems beyond the standard curriculum. Under Professor Babbling's guidance, club members might learn about the lost whistling language of Atlantean wizards or the complex gestural magic of pre-colonial American shamans. These extracurricular explorations often lead to student research projects that advance understanding of magical linguistics. What truly distinguishes the Ancient Runes classroom from other learning spaces at Hogwarts is its fundamentally interdisciplinary nature. Here, history merges with language, theory with practice, culture with magic. Students learn not merely to translate ancient texts, but to understand the worldviews and magical philosophies that produced them. This holistic approach reflects Professor Babbling's core teaching philosophy that understanding the language of magic requires understanding the people who created it. The classroom has witnessed countless moments of discovery throughout its centuries of use. It was here that a young Albus Dumbledore first connected Grindelwald's mark to the Deathly Hallows symbol while studying ancient magical iconography. Here, too, Hermione Granger realized the connection between certain Elder Futhark runes and protective spells that would later prove crucial during her hunt for Horcruxes. The quiet moments of insight that occur within these circular walls may lack the drama of events in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, but their impact on wizarding knowledge has been no less profound. For many students, the Ancient Runes classroom represents their first encounter with the truly ancient foundations of magical practice. Before wands, before standardized incantations, before the codification of spellwork as taught in contemporary magical education, there were runes, symbols carrying inherent magical properties that could be activated through proper inscription and intention. This connection to magic's most primal forms gives the classroom a gravitas unique among Hogwarts teaching spaces. As our exploration of this remarkable space draws to a close, the circular classroom, with its shifting ceiling and ancient texts, continues its quiet work, preserving and transmitting knowledge that connects modern witches and wizards to their most distant magical ancestors. In a school filled with the spectacular and the dramatic, the Ancient Runes classroom offers a different kind of magic, the patient, profound power of understanding that unfolds not in flashes and bangs, but in moments of quiet comprehension that reshape one's perception of magical possibility. The dance of colored light through stained glass runes gradually fades as our tale concludes, the enchanted ceiling shifting to show the stars above Stonehenge during a significant astronomical alignment centuries past. In this peaceful atmosphere of scholarly contemplation, consider this question: what ancient knowledge might still lie hidden within symbols and scripts not yet deciphered, waiting for the right mind to unlock their magical secrets? And how might understanding the languages of the past help shape the magical innovations of the future? Chapter 9. The detections of a Sneakoscope. As night deepens and shadows gather in the corners of our sanctuary, let us turn our attention to one of the wizarding world's most intriguing detection devices, an object whose whirling, whistling warnings have alerted countless witches and wizards to deception and danger lurking nearby. The Sneakoscope, that spinning glass top that seems deceptively simple, yet contains magic sophisticated enough to sense the invisible currents of dishonesty that flow through human intention. Imagine holding such a device in your palm, a glass sphere balanced on a point, seemingly innocuous until activated by the presence of untrustworthiness. Its invention represents one of the most practical applications of detection magic, bringing to physical form the subtle instinct for dishonesty that some naturally possess. But how does this remarkable device function, and what are the boundaries of its mysterious capabilities? The origins of the Sneakoscope trace back to the early 18th century and a Scottish wizard named Angus MacTavish, whose particular sensitivity to dishonesty had made him something of a human detection device among his peers. After losing a significant portion of his family's fortune to a swindling business partner whose deception he had failed to notice while ill with dragonpox, MacTavish dedicated himself to creating a magical object that could serve as an extension of his natural talents. one that would never be compromised by sickness or distraction. After years of experimentation, combining elements of onomagus transformation theory with principles from ancient Egyptian scarab detection amulets, McTavish created the first functional sneakoscope in 1722. His initial design was considerably larger and less stable than modern versions, resembling a crystal ball balanced precariously on a bronze tripod. When detecting untrustworthiness, it emitted not the familiar whistle we associate with sneakoscopes today, but rather an unpleasant grinding noise described by contemporaries as similar to teeth being slowly scraped across slate. The modern sneakoscope, as we know it, results from refinements made by Wendelin Wible, a French magical artificer who acquired one of McTavish's original devices in the 1830s. Wible miniaturized the design, replaced the tripod with the now characteristic spinning point, and, much to the relief of users, substituted the grating alarm with a clear, high-pitched whistle. His additional enchantments improved reliability and reduced the number of false alarms that had plagued McTavish's original creation. As you settle more comfortably by our fire, consider the remarkable magic that animates these devices. At its core, a properly crafted sneakoscope contains three essential magical elements working in concert. First, a modified version of the homunculus charm, the same spell that powers the Marauder's map, creates a magical awareness of individuals in the vicinity. Second, a variation of the truth-detecting spell used in certain ministry interrogations allows the device to assess intentions and veracity. Finally, an adapted intruder charm provides the alert mechanism when deception is detected. The glass-blowing process for creating a sneakoscope's outer casing requires precise magical timing. The glass must be blown during the dark of the moon, using sand collected from beaches where merpeople have been known to surface. This specialized glass possesses unique properties that allow it to resonate with magical frequencies associated with deception, much as certain crystals resonate with specific magical energies. The glass is then enchanted with a complex series of spells that must be cast in exact sequence, with the final incantation spoken the instant the glass cools to room temperature. The internal mechanism, seldom seen except by those who craft or repair these devices, resembles a miniature orrery, with tiny crystalline spheres representing different types of deceptive intention orbiting a core of silver wire. These components are not visible to the casual observer, as they exist partially in magical space, similar to how extension charms create space that cannot be perceived from outside. When dishonesty enters the sneakoscope's detection field, these crystalline spheres align in patterns corresponding to the nature of the deception, causing the device to spin and emit its warning whistle. The effectiveness of a sneakoscope varies significantly based on both quality of craftsmanship and the nature of the deception it encounters. Basic models sold in shops like Dervish and Banji's or Weasley's Wizard Wheezes can detect outright lies and malicious intentions within a radius of approximately 20 feet. These simpler versions, often purchased as gifts or novelty items, are notorious for their oversensitivity, activating in response to minor instances of untrustworthiness such as children concealing mischief or friends planning surprise parties. Ron Weasley's pocket sneakoscope, given to Harry as a birthday present, exemplifies this tendency toward false alarms. Its frequent activations in Egypt and later at Hogwarts demonstrated both the limitations of inexpensive models and an important principle of sneakoscope function. These devices detect untrustworthiness regardless of its target or severity. The sneakoscope cannot distinguish between harmful deception and benign secrecy, between a lie told with malicious intent and one told to spare feelings. Professional-grade sneakoscopes, such as those used by aurors and certain ministry departments, represent a significant advancement in both precision and capability. These high-end devices, often custom-made and extraordinarily expensive, can detect deception from up to 100 feet away and include calibration charms, allowing them to distinguish between degrees of untrustworthiness. Some can even be tuned to specific types of deception, such as those involving dark magic or identity concealment. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody was known to possess one of the finest sneakoscopes ever crafted, a gift from Albus Dumbledore following Moody's retirement from active Auror duty. This remarkable device featured a crystal housing with 7 internal chambers, each dedicated to detecting a different category of magical deception. According to those who observed it in operation, Moody's Sneakoscope would emit different tones depending on the nature of the untrustworthiness detected, and its spin would reverse direction when sensing particularly dangerous intentions. The magic of Sneakoscopes interacts in fascinating ways with various forms of magical concealment. They cannot penetrate the Fidelius charm, as information protected by this spell exists outside the normal boundaries of truth and deception. Polyjuice Potion presents a more complex case. Basic Sneakoscopes typically fail to register the physical deception involved in assuming another's appearance, but high-quality models can often detect the intent to deceive that accompanies the transformation. Most intriguingly, Sneakoscopes respond differently to occlumency depending on how this mental discipline is employed. When occlumency is used defensively to shield thoughts from external penetration, Sneakoscopes remain undisturbed. However, when used actively to project false impressions or memories, most Sneakoscopes will detect the intentional deception. This limitation became particularly relevant during the First Wizarding War, when Death Eaters skilled in occlumency could sometimes evade detection by standard security measures. The limitations of Sneakoscopes extend beyond magical interference. These devices struggle with philosophical gray areas surrounding deception. A person who believes their own lie triggers no response. Those under the influence of the Imperious Curse register inconsistently, as the deception originates not from the subject, but from the controlling wizard. Perhaps most significantly, Sneakoscopes cannot detect omissions, only active falsehoods and intentionally deceptive actions. During the Second Wizarding War, the manufacture and distribution of Sneakoscopes came under strict ministry control following the infiltration by Death Eaters. Recognizing the threat posed by reliable detection devices, the corrupted ministry classified professional-grade Sneakoscopes as potentially dangerous artifacts requiring special permits. They simultaneously flooded the market with defective models, creating widespread distrust in these devices precisely when they were most needed. This history of manipulation highlights another fundamental limitation. The effectiveness of a Sneakoscope ultimately depends on the user's ability to correctly interpret its warnings. The device can indicate untrustworthiness, but cannot specify its source or nature. In crowded environments, determining which individual triggered the alarm requires careful observation and deduction. This interpretive challenge led to the development of complementary devices like secrecy sensors and probity probes, which offer more targeted detection capabilities. As the flames of our fire dance lower, casting long shadows across ancient stones, consider the philosophical implications of a device that detects untrustworthiness so broadly. What does it mean that our magical society has created objects that respond to deception itself, rather than merely its harmful consequences? Perhaps the Sneakoscope reflects a deeply held wizarding value, that truth itself carries inherent worth beyond its practical applications. Despite their limitations, Sneakoscopes continue to serve valuable functions throughout the wizarding world. Banks like Gringotts employ specialized versions at employee entrances, though the goblins maintain their own additional security measures, harboring a traditional distrust of wizard-made detection devices. Mungo's Hospital keeps highly sensitive Sneakoscopes in wards housing patients with memory modifications or identity disturbances, where they assist healers in assessing recovery progress. In educational settings, Sneakoscopes find both official and unofficial applications. Hogwarts caretaker Argus Filch was rumored to have requested permission to install industrial-strength Sneakoscopes in all common rooms multiple times, a proposal consistently rejected by successive headmasters as an invasion of student privacy. More constructively, the devices serve as teaching tools in both defense against the dark arts and charms classes, demonstrating principles of detection magic and intent-based enchantment. The home security market represents the largest commercial application for Sneakoscopes, with specialized models designed to guard against everything from common burglars to dark wizards. Premium home protection versions, often incorporate additional features like targeted directional indicators or variable sensitivity settings. Some can be integrated with other household security spells, activating protective enchantments automatically when triggered. For travelers in the wizarding world, portable sneakoscopes provide an additional layer of security when venturing into unfamiliar territory. International models sold to magical tourists include translation charms that allow the devices to emit warnings in the owner's native language. Lightweight versions designed for broomstick or flying carpet journeys can be secured to the handle or fabric, providing early warning of aerial ambush. Beyond their practical applications, sneakoscopes have become culturally significant objects within the wizarding world. They appear in idioms, "You'll spinning like a sneakoscope in a liar's convention," and feature prominently in wizarding detective fiction. Children's tales often include clever heroes who use sneakoscopes to outwit tricksters or villains. The devices even play a role in certain traditional wizarding wedding ceremonies, where they remain silent during vow exchanges to symbolically confirm the sincerity of the couple's commitments. Recent magical innovations have expanded on the sneakoscope's fundamental principles. The Weasley's Wizard Wheezes shop briefly sold a controversial product called emotional sneakoscopes, designed to detect insincerity in compliments and expressions of affection. These were quickly discontinued after causing numerous relationship disputes. More practically, modified sneakoscopes calibrated specifically to detect magical forgeries have become essential tools for authenticating historical artifacts and valuable manuscripts. As our exploration of these fascinating devices draws to a close, we're left with a deeper appreciation for both their capabilities and limitations. Sneakoscopes cannot replace human judgment or eliminate the need for trust in our interactions. They remain tools, remarkable certainly, but tools nonetheless, requiring thoughtful interpretation and contextual understanding. The soft whistling of wind through ancient eaves might almost be mistaken for a distant sneakoscope's warning as our tale concludes. Before you drift toward dreams, consider this question: in a world where deception can be detected by a spinning glass top, what forms of truth remain beyond the reach of magical detection? And what does our desire to create such devices reveal about our relationship with trust and honesty in both the wizarding and muggle worlds? Chapter 10. The Reform of Azkaban After the War. The North Sea churns beneath a slate-gray sky, its frigid waters breaking against jagged black rocks that rise like ancient teeth from the depths. Somewhere within this desolate seascape, hidden from muggle eyes by powerful enchantments, stands a fortress whose very name has for centuries evoked dread in the hearts of the wizarding community. Azkaban, once a monument to magical society's darkest approach to justice, now a symbol of its capacity for meaningful change. As our evening fire burns low, casting flickering shadows that dance like memories across weathered stone walls, let us explore how this notorious prison transformed in the aftermath of the Second Wizarding War. For in the story of Azkaban's reform, we find not merely a chronicle of policy changes and administrative decisions, but a reflection of wizarding society's evolving understanding of justice, rehabilitation, and the proper limits of punishment. Azkaban's history as a wizarding prison extends back to the early 15th century, when the Ministry of Magic appropriated the fortress from its original builder, a dark wizard known to history only as the Sorcerer of Azkaban. For nearly 600 years thereafter, the ministry maintained a system virtually unchanged in its fundamental approach, housing prisoners within the fortress's oppressive stone walls, while Dementors served as guards, feeding upon the happiness and hope of the incarcerated. The horrors of this arrangement can scarcely be overstated. Imagine existence in a perpetual state of despair, every happy memory extracted like sustenance by unseen parasites, leaving only your worst experiences and darkest thoughts to occupy your consciousness. Most prisoners lost their sanity within weeks. Those with longer sentences became hollow shells of humanity, their personalities erased by relentless psychological torment. Even after release, many former inmates never fully recovered, their capacity for joy permanently diminished by prolonged Dementor exposure. Despite occasional voices of concern, most notably Eldritch Diggory's campaign for reform in the 1730s, this system persisted until the climactic events of the Second Wizarding War. Voldemort and his Death Eaters seized control of the Ministry in 1997. The Dementors abandoned their centuries-long pact with wizard-kind to ally with the Dark Forces, allowing Voldemort's imprisoned followers to escape en masse, and subsequently serving as weapons of terror against the general population. As you settle more comfortably before our gradually diminishing fire, consider how this betrayal fundamentally altered the wizarding community's relationship with these creatures. The Dementors' defection represented more than a tactical shift in the war. It exposed the fundamental moral bankruptcy of entrusting justice to beings incapable of understanding the concept. The system had not merely been cruel, it had been built upon a partnership with entities naturally drawn to suffering and despair. When Kingsley Shacklebolt became Minister for Magic following Voldemort's defeat, he inherited a wizarding world simultaneously celebrating liberation and mourning profound losses. Amid the monumental tasks of reconstruction, magical society needed to process not only the trauma of war, but a deeper reckoning with institutional failures that had enabled Voldemort's rise. Azkaban, its security compromised, its Dementor guards dispersed throughout Britain, presented both an immediate practical challenge and an opportunity for meaningful reform. In his first address as minister, Shacklebolt announced what many considered his boldest policy position. The Dementors will not return to Azkaban. Their role in magical law enforcement is permanently terminated. This declaration, met with overwhelming public approval, marked the beginning of the most comprehensive prison reform in British magical history. The first priority was securing the fortress with non-Dementor guards, an elite corps of witches and wizards, many drawn from Auror reserves and incorporating veterans of the Battle of Hogwarts, volunteered for this challenging assignment. Unlike the Dementors, these human guards required extensive magical security systems to prevent escapes. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement worked with Gringotts Cursebreakers to establish layered protections, anti-apparition jinxes reinforced to unprecedented strength, Thief's Downfall inspired waterfall enchantments at all entrances to neutralize concealment magic, and modified caterwauling charms to detect unauthorized movement throughout the fortress. Beyond security concerns, the physical conditions of Azkaban demanded immediate attention. Cells that had remained virtually unchanged for centuries, damp stone chambers with minimal furnishings, perpetually cold from the Dementors' presence, were deemed inhumane even without their former guards. Renovation teams faced the challenging task of improving living conditions while maintaining necessary security measures. The solution combined magical innovation with architectural redesign. The fortress was divided into sections corresponding to security classifications based on the severity of crimes and assessed risk of escape attempts. Maximum security areas retained stone walls but were enchanted with moisture-repelling charms and equipped with basic but dignified furnishings. Medium and minimum security sections underwent more extensive renovations, including enchanted windows similar to those at the Ministry of Magic, providing natural light and regulated temperatures without compromising security. As these physical changes took shape, Shacklebolt's administration simultaneously revolutionized Azkaban's operational philosophy. Drawing inspiration from both progressive Muggle prison systems and traditional wizarding healing practices, the reformed prison introduced the concept of rehabilitation alongside punishment. For the first time in its history, Azkaban's purpose expanded beyond mere containment to include preparation for eventual reintegration into wizarding society. This philosophical shift manifested in several groundbreaking programs. A magical education department was established, offering remedial training for inmates lacking formal magical education and advanced study for those seeking productive use of their sentences. A wandless magic curriculum, carefully designed with security limitations, allowed prisoners to maintain their magical abilities in controlled circumstances, preventing the debilitating magical atrophy common under the previous system. Perhaps most revolutionary was the introduction of mind-healing services within the prison, specialists trained in magical trauma treatment, many having previously worked with survivors of the war, established regular sessions with inmates. These interventions served multiple purposes, addressing pre-existing mental conditions that may have contributed to criminal behavior, healing psychological damage inflicted during the Dementor era, and preparing prisoners mentally for eventual release. The reform faced significant challenges, both practical and political. Certain prisoners, particularly former Death Eaters serving life sentences, actively resisted the new system, viewing improved conditions as weakness. Security incidents during the transition period provided ammunition for conservative elements within the Wizengamot, who opposed Shacklebolt's progressive approach. The formidable magical energy required to maintain the new protective enchantments strained ministry resources, already stretched thin by post-war reconstruction. Yet public opinion largely supported the reforms, especially as evidence accumulated regarding their effectiveness. The first cohort of prisoners released after serving sentences under the new system showed dramatically improved reintegration outcomes compared to pre-reform statistics. Recidivism rates dropped significantly, and former inmates demonstrated better magical control and social adjustment than their historical counterparts. As the fire burns ever lower, painting the room in soft amber hues, let us explore some of the specific innovations that defined Azkaban's transformation. Among the most significant was the introduction of the Patronus Guard, a specialized unit of wizards and witches with exceptional skill in casting the Patronus charm. These guards patrolled Azkaban in rotating shifts, their Patronuses creating an atmosphere directly counter to the despair-inducing presence of the former Dementor guards. For prisoners, particularly those serving longer sentences, this consistent exposure to positive magical energy proved crucial for maintaining mental stability. The Reformation also introduced a graduated privilege system based on behavior and rehabilitation progress. Prisoners could earn increased personal comfort, additional visitor allowances, and expanded access to the prison's magical library through consistent rule adherence and participation in rehabilitation programs. This approach provided tangible incentives for positive behavior while preparing inmates for the responsibility of freedom. Family connection, historically severed during Azkaban sentences, became recognized as essential to rehabilitation. Regular visitation rights were established, with dedicated spaces created for these interactions. For prisoners with children, a pioneering program allowed supervised visits in specially designed family rooms, enchanted to create a less institutional atmosphere, preventing the generational trauma previously associated with parental incarceration. The treatment of different categories of prisoners revealed the nuanced approach of the reformed system. Those convicted of non-violent magical offenses often served predominantly rehabilitative sentences, focusing on education about proper magical conduct and reparations to affected parties. Prisoners whose crimes stemmed from magical addiction, particularly to potions with mind-altering properties, received specialized treatment programs combining magical and therapeutic interventions. For the most dangerous offenders, including unrepentant Death Eaters and those convicted of using unforgivable curses, security remained the paramount concern. Yet even in maximum security sections, basic human dignity became a non-negotiable standard. The psychological torture inherent to Dementor exposure was replaced with controlled isolation and constant magical monitoring, severe but not inhumane conditions, appropriate to the gravity of their crimes. The international wizarding community watched Azkaban's transformation with great interest. The International Confederation of Wizards dispatched observers to document the reforms, ultimately incorporating elements of Shacklebolt's approach into global magical incarceration guidelines. Several European wizarding ministries followed Britain's example, removing Dementors from their own prison systems and implementing rehabilitation-focused models. Not all aspects of the reform proceeded smoothly. The question of how to address cases sentenced under the old system presented particular challenges. Prisoners who had already served years under Dementor guards had suffered punishment far exceeding modern standards. A specially appointed judicial commission reviewed these cases individually, with many sentences modified to acknowledge the disproportionate suffering already endured. This process sparked debate about retroactive justice that continued for years in wizarding legal circles. The financial aspects of Azkaban's reformation proved contentious as well. The significantly increased operational costs, human guards requiring salaries unlike Dementors, improved facilities demanding maintenance, rehabilitation programs needing qualified staff, strained the ministry budget during an already economically challenging post-war period. Shacklebolt defended these expenditures as investments that would ultimately reduce long-term costs through lower recidivism rates, an argument gradually validated by subsequent data. As our exploration of Azkaban's transformation nears its conclusion, we must acknowledge the reform's most profound impact, its reflection of evolving wizarding values. For centuries, magical Britain had accepted a punishment system of medieval brutality, outsourcing justice to creatures of inherent darkness. The willingness to confront this moral failure represented not merely procedural change, but spiritual growth. A community choosing to uphold human dignity, even for those who had violated its laws. This philosophical shift extended beyond prison walls to influence the entire magical justice system. Pretrial detention practices were revised to limit Azkaban exposure before conviction. Sentencing guidelines incorporated rehabilitative considerations alongside punitive ones. Most significantly, the Wizengamot established the principle that magical punishment should never permanently damage the core of a witch or wizard's being. Their magical identity and basic humanity would remain inviolable regardless of their crimes. 15 years after Shacklebolt's initial reforms, Azkaban stands as a different institution than the nightmare fortress that once housed Sirius Black and countless others. Though still foreboding in appearance, the ancient stone walls continue to rise ominously from the turbulent North Sea. Its interior houses a system that balances security with humanity, punishment with purpose. The screams that once echoed through its corridors have been replaced by the more ordinary sounds of an institution where people, however flawed or dangerous, are treated as people. The fortress remains a place of confinement, a destination feared by those who break magical law, yet it no longer represents the absolute nadir of existence, the living death described by those who experienced its Dementor-guarded iteration. In this transformation, we find one of the most tangible expressions of how wizarding society changed after confronting the darkness of Voldemort's second rise, choosing to defend human dignity as a fundamental principle rather than a conditional privilege. As the final embers of our fire fade to gentle, glowing ash, consider this question: what does Azkaban's reformation reveal about the relationship between justice and mercy in magical governance? And how might the principles embodied in this transformation guide our own understanding of how societies should respond to those who violate their most fundamental rules? Chapter 11. The rivalry between Lily and Petunia. The hearth glows with gentle amber light as we turn our attention to a relationship as old as human experience itself, that of sisters. In the quiet suburb of Cokeworth, many years before the boy who lived would sleep in a cupboard beneath the stairs, two girls shared a childhood that would ultimately diverge into paths so separate that the magical and mundane worlds themselves seemed to keep them apart. The story of Lily and Petunia Evans offers us a poignant glimpse into how the wizarding world both creates and severs bonds of family. Picture, if you will, a modest brick home on an ordinary street. Inside, two young girls with matching blonde dolls play beneath a window where afternoon light streams in geometric patterns across a clean-swept floor. The older girl, her hair straight and her posture already carrying the rigid propriety that would define her adult years, carefully arranges her doll's dress with meticulous attention to how things should be. The younger sister, with startlingly green eyes that seem to contain their own light, watches as her doll's hair suddenly changes color without explanation, one of many inexplicable occurrences that surround her like an invisible aura. Before magic entered their lives, Lily and Petunia Evans shared the ordinary closeness of sisters. Family photographs from this time show two girls with their arms around each other, gap-toothed smiles, revealing nothing of the rift that would eventually divide them. They shared secrets, clothes, and the special language of siblings that exists beyond words. Petunia, as the elder, naturally assumed the role of protector and guide, teaching Lily how to tie her shoes and helping her navigate the social complexities of primary school. Their parents, while never wealthy, provided a stable and loving home where both girls received equal affection and attention. Evans maintained their modest home with an eye for making ordinary things beautiful, a talent for transforming the mundane that Lily would inherit in her own magical way. In this environment, the sisters flourished, their differences complementary rather than divisive. The first indications of the change to come appeared subtly. Objects would move when Lily became emotional. Flowers would bloom out of season beneath her bedroom window. At night, the shadows on her walls sometimes formed shapes that seemed to dance to unheard music. Petunia, with her practical nature and desire for normalcy, initially explained away these occurrences, but as they increased in frequency and obviousness, she could no longer deny that something about her sister was fundamentally different. As the fire crackles softly, casting warm shadows across this chamber, consider the moment that truly began the sisters' divergence. The day a boy with lank black hair and ill-fitting clothes watched Lily from behind a bush at the local playground. Severus Snape, himself a wizard child living in the same industrial town, recognized in Lily what her family could not: the unmistakable signs of magical ability. His revelation to her that she was a witch, that her strange abilities were not abnormalities but gifts, would forever alter the relationship between the Evans sisters. For Lily, Snape's explanation provided answers to questions she had long harbored about her own nature. The validation that she was not strange but special, not abnormal but extraordinary, offered both relief and excitement. A whole world previously hidden now opened before her, filled with possibilities beyond her wildest imagination. Her natural curiosity and warmth of character made her eager to embrace this newfound identity. For Petunia, however, Snape's revelation represented something altogether different: the beginning of exclusion. The special bond she had shared with her sister now faced interference from an outside force she could neither understand nor access. When she observed Lily and Severus huddled together, whispering about magical theory and wizarding customs, she experienced the first pangs of the jealousy that would eventually harden into resentment. The playground incident where Severus caused a branch to fall on Petunia when she was eavesdropping on his conversations with Lily marked a significant escalation. This wasn't merely being excluded from a game or a secret. This was being actively repelled by forces beyond her comprehension. The humiliation of that moment stayed with Petunia, crystallizing her growing sense that magic represented not wonder, but danger, not advancement, but abnormality. As you settle more comfortably before our evening fire, imagine Petunia's perspective when Lily's Hogwarts letter arrived. The official parchment with its green ink and wax seal represented incontrovertible proof that her sister belonged to a world from which she would forever be barred. The pride in her parents' eyes as they read about this prestigious school that had selected their daughter magnified Petunia's sense of inadequacy. In a family that had always emphasized equality between the sisters, a fundamental inequality had emerged that no amount of parental fairness could erase. What followed reveals the depths of Petunia's desperation to maintain the connection with her sister. In a moment of vulnerability, rarely seen in her later years, young Petunia wrote directly to Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, pleading to be admitted to Hogwarts alongside Lily. This extraordinary act, reaching across the boundary between Muggle and magical worlds, demonstrated how desperately she wished to avoid the separation she saw looming before them. Dumbledore's response, while kind, was necessarily firm. Hogwarts could only accept students with magical ability. His gentle rejection, however well-intentioned, served only to deepen Petunia's wound. That Lily discovered this correspondence and confronted her sister about it added humiliation to disappointment. For perhaps the first time, Petunia experienced the bitter taste of being pitied by her younger sister, a reversal of their natural dynamic that she found intolerable. When September first arrived and Lily departed for Hogwarts from platform 9 3/4, the physical separation reflected the emotional distance already growing between the sisters. Petunia's refusal to accompany the family to the station marked her first deliberate step away from the magical world that had claimed her sister. While Mr. and Mrs. Evans waved tearful goodbyes to Lily, Petunia remained at home, beginning the process of building walls around her heart that would eventually become impenetrable. The pattern of their relationship during Lily's Hogwarts years established the dynamic that would define their adult interactions. School holidays brought Lily home full of exciting stories about moving staircases, talking portraits, and spells that could transform teacups into turtles. Her trunk contained strange objects, quills instead of pens, robes instead of ordinary clothes, textbooks with moving images that Petunia refused to touch. Each magical artifact served as a reminder of the gulf between them. Petunia's coping mechanism emerged in her exaggerated embrace of normalcy. If Lily would be extraordinary, Petunia would be extraordinarily ordinary. She developed an almost obsessive interest in conventional achievements, perfect marks in conventional subjects, impeccable housekeeping skills, knowledge of proper etiquette for every social situation. She began to speak disparagingly of her sort when referring to Lily and other magical individuals, creating linguistic distance to match the emotional separation she felt. The summer after Lily's 5th year at Hogwarts marked a particularly difficult period in their relationship. Lily had achieved exceptional OWAR results and received a prefect badge, accomplishments that delighted their parents. Petunia, meanwhile, had been accepted to a secretarial college, a respectable achievement in the Muggle world that seemed pale in comparison to her sister's magical honors. The contrast in their parents' reactions, though subtle, reinforced Petunia's perception that ordinary accomplishments would always be overshadowed by magical ones. It was during this summer that the sisters had what witnesses described as their most heated argument. Though details remained scarce, the dispute apparently began when Petunia discovered Lily practicing charms homework in their shared bedroom. Words were exchanged about abnormality and jealousy, culminating in Petunia's pronouncement that she had no desire to be a freak. The door between them, both literally and figuratively, remained closed for days afterward. Their parents' attempts to mediate this growing rift largely failed, as they lacked the context to fully understand its nature. Well-meaning suggestions that the girls just get along or appreciate each other's differences could not address the fundamental inequality that magic had introduced into their relationship. Mr. and Mrs. Evans, loving both daughters equally, found themselves increasingly caught between worlds they couldn't reconcile. Perhaps the clearest illustration of how far the sisters had drifted apart came when Petunia met Vernon Dursley during her secretarial studies. In Vernon, Petunia found everything the magical world was not: predictable, conventional, solidly anchored in the material reality she understood. His complete lack of imagination and absolute devotion to normality represented a deliberate counterpoint to the chaotic wonder of Lily's world. That Vernon found Petunia's increasingly rigid personality and obsession with appearances attractive further validated her chosen path. When Lily met Vernon during a holiday gathering, the encounter proved disastrous. Vernon, informed about Lily's boarding school, but nothing of its magical nature, attempted to impress her with mundane accomplishments: his company car, his prospects at Grunning's Drill Company, his sensible investments. Lily, trying to engage politely but finding little common ground, eventually mentioned something about the wizarding economy that left Vernon spluttering in confusion. The evening ended, with Vernon red-faced and Petunia in tears, the chasm between the sisters wider than ever. Shortly thereafter, Lily brought James Potter home to meet her family. James, despite his best efforts to appear Muggle-appropriate, could not hide his essentially magical nature. His fascination with ordinary electrical appliances his slip-ups in conversation about flying to visit his parents, his wand barely concealed in his jacket pocket, all confirmed Petunia's worst perceptions about wizards. That James and Lily were obviously deeply in love only intensified Petunia's resentment, as her relationship with Vernon seemed pale and pragmatic by comparison. The sisters' weddings, occurring within months of each other, epitomized their divergent paths. Petunia's was meticulously conventional, a white church wedding with precisely 25 guests per side, a 3-tiered cake decorated with sugar flowers, and a rehearsed first dance to an inoffensive popular song. Lily attended with James, both making a concerted effort to blend in, though James's attempts to compliment the vicar on his costume nearly caused a scene. Lily's wedding, by contrast, incorporated both Muggle and magical elements out of respect for her parents. Enchanted butterflies that dissolved into showers of light, a cake with miniature figures that moved when no one was looking directly at them, and music from instruments that played themselves when the band took breaks. Petunia attended with palpable discomfort, refusing Vernon's arm during the magical portions of the ceremony and departing before the reception reached its peak. The final break between the sisters coincided with the darkening of the wizarding world as Lord Voldemort's power grew. Lily and James became increasingly involved in the resistance against him, their lives constantly in danger. Petunia, now pregnant with Dudley, retreated further into the safe predictability of Privet Drive. Their communication dwindled to Christmas cards and occasional stiff telephone calls, characterized more by what remained unsaid than what was expressed. When Lily gave birth to Harry, she sent a birth announcement to Petunia. In return, Petunia mailed a vase, ordinary, mass-produced, and notably inexpensive compared to the Dursleys' financial comfort. This cold acknowledgement represented the last direct communication between the sisters before tragedy struck the Potter family. The night Lily and James were murdered, Petunia opened her door to find her sister's son on her doorstep. Dumbledore's letter explaining Lily's sacrifice and the blood protection that now connected Harry to his aunt confronted Petunia with the ultimate consequence of the magical world she had rejected. It had claimed her sister completely. In accepting Harry, however reluctantly, Petunia acknowledged the bond of family that persisted despite everything that had divided them. In the years that followed, Petunia's treatment of Harry revealed the complexity of her feelings toward her sister. Her resentment, transferred to Lily's son, manifested in neglect and occasional cruelty, yet she maintained the blood protection by keeping him under her roof, fulfilling the bare minimum of her obligation to her sister's memory. In rare unguarded moments, when Harry inadvertently displayed Lily's mannerisms, or when her green eyes looked out from his face, Petunia's expression suggested the pain of loss beneath her bitterness. As our fire dims to gentle embers and shadows lengthen across these ancient stones, we realize that the story of Lily and Petunia reveals something profound about the intersection of the magical and Muggle worlds. Their estrangement represents more than sibling rivalry. It illuminates the inevitable separations that occur when magical ability divides families. From the Blacks to the Dumbledores, from the Creevey brothers to the Evans sisters, wizarding history is filled with such divisions, magical children set apart from their non-magical relatives by abilities that can neither be learned nor transferred. Yet even in their estrangement, an unbreakable connection remained between Lily and Petunia. In her final moments, Lily's thoughts turned to protecting her son. In her grudging acceptance of Harry, Petunia honored that sacrifice in the only way she could comprehend. The blood protection that flowed through their shared lineage transcended their differences, creating a magic deeper than any taught at Hogwarts, the magic of family bonds that persist even when everything else would pull them apart. As night settles fully around us and the last light fades from our chamber, consider this question. In a world divided between magical and Muggle, what responsibilities do those blessed with magical ability bear toward those without? And how might understanding the story of Lily and Petunia help us bridge the divisions, magical or mundane, that separate us from those who should be closest to our hearts? Chapter 12. The creation of magical photographs. The gentle flicker of candlelight dances across faded images that seem to breathe with a life of their own. Smiling faces wave from within gilded frames, children eternally chase each other through captured moments, and loved ones long departed continue to express the emotions they felt when the shutter closed upon that single perfect instant. As our evening together draws to a close, let us explore one of the wizarding world's most beloved yet often overlooked magical innovations, the remarkable art of magical photography. Unlike their Muggle counterparts, wizarding photographs capture not merely light and shadow, but fragments of essence and emotion. They preserve not just how someone looked, but how they moved, laughed, and expressed themselves in that moment, creating windows into the past that remain partially alive long after the subjects themselves have gone. This extraordinary magic represents one of the most poignant intersections of artistry and enchantment in wizarding culture. The development of magical photography traces back to the early 1870s, when a German wizard named Wilhelm Stahlbaum combined traditional photographic techniques with animation charms previously used in portrait painting. Stahlbaum, the son of a Muggle photographer and a witch, grew up fascinated by his father's ability to capture still images using the relatively new collodion process. Recognizing the limitations of Muggle photographs, he began experimenting with ways to infuse the developing process with magical properties. After years of trial and error, during which he reportedly caused several explosions in his Munich workshop and temporarily animated his own shadow, Stahlbaum perfected what he called the essence capture method. His breakthrough came with the realization that the key to capturing movement lay not in the exposure itself, but in the developing solution. By incorporating specialized potions into the chemical bath used to develop photographs, he discovered a way to preserve the subtle magical emissions that all living beings unconsciously produce. As you settle more comfortably before our dwindling fire, imagine the wonder that greeted Stahlbaum's first successful demonstration at the International Confederation of Wizards Symposium on Magical Innovation in 1875. The assembled witches and wizards gasped collectively as they watched a simple portrait of Stahlbaum's daughter not only move but laugh silently before shyly hiding her face behind her hands, only to peek out moments later with the same innocent curiosity. What might seem commonplace to modern wizarding folk represented a revolutionary advance in magical memory preservation. The basic process of creating magical photographs has remained remarkably consistent since Stahlbaum's time, though refinements in both equipment and developing potions have improved quality and longevity. The first step begins with specialized cameras, outwardly similar to their Muggle counterparts, but containing internal enchantments that prepare the film to receive and retain magical impressions. The most coveted cameras are those crafted by Musidora Oliphant, whose workshop in Edinburgh has produced the finest magical photographic equipment for over a century. Inside these cameras, the film itself undergoes preliminary enchantment during exposure. Unlike Muggle cameras that simply allow light to affect photosensitive material, magical cameras channel a subtle current of magic through the shutter mechanism at the moment of exposure. This magic interacts with the subject's own magical field, or, in the case of Muggle subjects, with the ambient magic present in wizarding environments, creating a latent magical impression alongside the conventional light exposure. The true alchemy of magical photography, however, occurs during development. The developing potion, known among professionals as Stahlbaum's solution, contains ingredients both mundane and magical. The base resembles standard photographic developing chemicals, but incorporates elements that would bewilder Muggle photographers: powdered moonstone for memory retention, essence of belladonna to preserve emotional impressions, distilled dew collected during a waxing moon to enhance clarity, and most importantly, a few drops of mnemonic elixir, a carefully regulated substance that helps transfer the captured moment from temporary to permanent preservation. The preparation of this developing solution requires both precision and artistry. The temperature must be maintained within half a degree for optimal results. Ingredients must be added in a specific sequence, and the entire mixture must be stirred with a silver rod inscribed with tiny runes that activate during the stirring process. The most skilled photographers modify their developing potions based on their subjects, using more moonstone for elderly subjects whose memories they wish to preserve clearly, or additional valerian root when photographing children to capture their natural energy and movement. Once prepared, the exposed film must be immersed in this solution under specific lighting conditions. Traditionally, development takes place by wand light, with the photographer casting a specialized form of lumos that produces a soft blue illumination. During this process, many photographers recite subtle incantations that help shape how the subjects will move within the finished photograph. These spells don't control the subject's actions entirely. The movements in magical photographs are determined primarily by the subject's actual behavior during the brief period of exposure, but they can enhance certain expressions or ensure smoother, more natural movement. The development process typically takes between 30 minutes and 2 hours, depending on the complexity of the scene captured and the number of subjects. Throughout this time, the photographer must maintain constant magical focus, periodically adding drops of various essences to the solution and adjusting the wand light intensity. Many photographers describe this process as meditative, requiring a state of focused calm similar to that needed for advanced transfiguration. After development, the photographs must be fixed with a final potion that sets the movement patterns and prevents the captured essence from dissipating over time. This fixing solution contains powdered amber, a natural preservative of organic material, unicorn hair essence for purity and longevity, and a binding agent derived from Welsh green dragon scales. Once fixed, the photograph will maintain its animation indefinitely, though very old photographs may show signs of slowing or fading after several decades without proper preservation charms. The printing process introduces yet another level of magical involvement. Rather than standard photographic paper, wizarding photographs are printed on specially prepared stock, infused with trace amounts of the same potions used in development. The highest quality photographic paper comes from a small magical paper mill in Japan, where artisans hand-prepare each sheet using ancient techniques that incorporate cherry blossom essence for smooth movement and bamboo fiber for durability. As our fire burns lower still, its embers glowing like captured moments of warmth, consider the magical theory behind these living images. Unlike portraits, which contain imprints of personality and can interact with viewers, photographs capture only a moment of essence, a fragment of existence that repeats in patterns determined by what actually occurred during exposure. This limitation explains why photographic subjects cannot respond to questions or leave their frames. They exist in a continuous present, experiencing the same few seconds or minutes repeatedly without awareness of repetition. This theoretical understanding has practical implications for magical photographers. The moment of exposure must be carefully chosen, and subjects properly prepared to ensure the resulting image captures what the photographer intends. Colin Creevey, whose enthusiasm for photography occasionally outweighed his technical skill during his time at Hogwarts, often produced photographs where subjects appeared startled or were caught mid-movement, creating awkward looping actions in the developed images. Professional photographers, by contrast, know precisely how to time their exposures to capture natural expressions and movements that will loop seamlessly. Beyond the technical aspects, magical photography developed its own aesthetic traditions and artistic movements. The naturalist school, pioneered by Artemisia Muffet in the early 1900s, emphasized minimal preparation and candid captures, allowing subjects' authentic movements and expressions to manifest. Contrasting this approach, the choreo-magical movement of the 1920s, led by Sebastian Wimple, carefully posed subjects and incorporated subtle directional charms to create more deliberate, composed photographs where movements appeared almost dance-like in their precision. The ethical dimensions of magical photography have evolved alongside its technical development. Early magical photographers discovered that photographs taken without subjects' knowledge or consent often resulted in images where the figures attempted to hide or leave the frame, a reflection of their unconscious discomfort. This observation led to the establishment of ethical guidelines by the Magical Photography Association in 1899, emphasizing informed consent and respectful practice. Modern magical privacy laws build upon these principles, with particularly strict regulations regarding photographs of minors or photographs taken in private spaces. The relationship between magical photographs and memory deserves special consideration. While pensieves offer complete, three-dimensional access to specific memories, photographs provide a more accessible but limited form of memory preservation. Families treasuring albums of magical photographs possess not merely images but fragments of experiential reality. The actual smile, the genuine laugh, the characteristic gesture of a loved one preserved in a form that can be held in hand and revisited without the complexities of pensieve immersion. This quality makes magical photographs particularly precious for those who have lost family members. Consider the significance of the album Rubeus Hagrid, compiled for Harry Potter at the end of his first year at Hogwarts, a collection of photographs of Lily and James Potter gathered from their friends and acquaintances. For Harry, these animated images offered something beyond mere visual representation. They provided his first opportunity to see how his parents moved, laughed, and expressed affection, fragments of their essential nature preserved through magical photography. The modern era has brought innovations to magical photography while maintaining its traditional foundations. Color processes, perfected in the 1950s through the work of American wizarding photographer Esmeralda Hawkins, required the addition of powdered opals and essence of buttercup to the developing solution. Instant magical cameras, pioneered by the British-Japanese wizard Takeshi Watanabe, in collaboration with German magical engineers in the 1970s, incorporate the developing and fixing potions directly into the film packs, though purists maintain that the traditional development process produces superior results. Particularly skilled magical photographers can incorporate additional enchantments into their developing process to create special effects. Weather elements can be added, snowflakes gently falling, or sunshine breaking through clouds. Background elements might be enhanced to move more dynamically than they would naturally. The most advanced practitioners can even create limited environmental interactions between subjects and their surroundings, such as a photograph where children appear to splash in puddles or run their hands through tall grass. The distinction between magical photographs and magical portraits remains one of the most fascinating aspects of this art form. While photographs capture essence impressions of moments, portraits contain more comprehensive imprints of personality, created through extended interaction between subject and artist. Photographs can be created instantly and preserve spontaneous moments, while portraits require lengthy sittings and magical bonding processes. Photographs capture what was, while portraits create what might have been, a magical approximation of personhood rather than a preserved memory. For the average wizarding family, magical photographs serve as the primary medium of visual memory preservation. Family albums in wizarding households contain not lifeless snapshots, but vivid, animated records of first steps, school graduations, wedding days, and quiet moments of connection. These collections form a living archive of family history, with older relatives often spending hours showing younger generations photographs that connect them to their heritage and identity. As the final embers of our fire fade to soft, glowing ash, we reflect on how magical photographs represent one of the most human applications of magic, the desire to preserve moments of connection and joy beyond their natural duration. In a world where magic can accomplish extraordinary feats of transfiguration and charm, the simple ability to capture a loved one's smile in a form that continues to move and express emotion remains one of wizardkind's most treasured magical innovations. The soft whisper of our dying fire accompanies this final question for your contemplation as our time together concludes. If you could preserve a single moment from your own life in a magical photograph, one instant that would continue to move and breathe with the essence of that experience, what moment would you choose to keep animated forever? And what might that choice reveal about which fragments of our lives contain the truest essence of who we are?